Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. Listen, we got a bonfire for you guys. And this is going to be some really, really hot material. Lamelo Ball versus Anthony Edwards. Now, the repercussion of this here matchup is who wants to be the face of the NBA moving forward? Who wants to be the leader of the youthful movement in the NBA moving forward as we close in on 2028 Summer Olympics to be held in the United States and Los Angeles, California, to be exact? Who wants to be the torchbearer of that Olympics? Well, it could start. The determination and the outcome and the chosen could start at this game tonight. Lamelo Ball versus Anthony Edwards, the powerhouses of the 2020 draft. Unusual draft, because in that draft they didn't have really a training camp. It really wasn't an off season. The NBA had shut down. So, as accomplished as the 2020 draft is, because they still hold the record for most rookie extensions and the most prolific and literally the high-end financial investment in NBA history. All of the money that has been poured in the 2020 draft and the production they have displayed so far has been monumental for a single draft class. So let's keep that in mind. I know you won't hear this basically throughout YouTube landscape, and they most likely don't want to share that information or depart that information or even disseminate that information based on the presence of Lamelo Ball. We understand this, but the facts are the facts. And we here at Flight Sports TV want to give you the facts. So shout out to Flight Sport TV and shout out to Flight for inviting us into this platform and integrating us into the stream. As once again, we want to reiterate Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ. And we want to welcome as the panel builds up, and we want to welcome the chat as everybody start to clamor in and want to big up you for participating with us at this momentous time. Ant-Man versus Not From Here, Rare, one-on-one, Lamelo, LaFrance, Paul. It is incumbent on us as we surf through the digital landscape and come into the building that we hit the like button. We hit the subscribe button. If you have not yet subscribed, please do so. Do not play yourself. And hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. LaMelo Ball versus Ant-Man. You know, last year we only got one game of this historic matchup as the youth movement is unfolding right before our eyes. And Big Cat stole the show. He didn't get the win, but he stole the show. In the end, the Charlotte Hornets got the win led by LaMelo Ball. Ant-Man was basically a no-show that game. And it seemed like that could have been the initial start to the departure of Big Cat. Based on the fact that all eyes were glued on the matchup between Ant-Man and LaMelo Ball, and Big Cat intervened in a most unusual way. And this was one of his biggest statistical outpour in his lustrous all-star career that night. And I don't think Ant-Man took kindly to that. So that could have been the initial push to remove Big Cat from the Timberwolves. Now, the latest intel on the Timberwolves, they have a lot of drama that has surrounded them dealing with the ownership. And this battle seems like it's going to loom throughout the season. So I don't know if this has affected the play of the Timberwolves, where they're only playing 500 basketball. And with all of the discouragement that we have seen by the Charlotte Hornets, they're only one game behind. They're only one game behind the record of last year Western Conference representative of the Western Conference Finals. It was one half of the representation of the Western Conference Finals. And they're playing only 500 basketball right now. And with all of the disarray offensively and lackluster defense, the Charlotte Hornets have yet to combine a serious game where both dimensions, offense and defense, have rallied together as a supreme performance. Charlotte has not yet put together a game like that, despite they have 2 wins. So things can only get better if Charlotte has the intentions of becoming a participant in the extended season. Throughout basketball right now, there has been a lot of ups and downs. Shout out to Greg Popovich. Hopefully he gets well soon. He has had a medical emergency and will be out of business for indefinitely until his health improves, and the assistant coach Johnson is taking care of those chores. Uh, Steph Curry returned to the hardwood, and he will be starting against the Wizards. Giannis is out, so it's all about Dame Dollar against the Cleveland Cavaliers and Spider-Man. Did you know Michael Jordan, out of all people, had one of his game-worn Bulls jerseys go up in auction for $4.6 million? Yeah, Michael Jordan, $4.6 million. I did not stutter. This is just a game-worn jersey. I don't even think it's a championship. It's just something that he wore in the game. 4.6 million. That is extraordinary. That just shows the popularity of Michael Jordan. And he's still relevant. Right now today, he is still relevant. And that's crazy that a jersey will go for that much just to be able to sniff the sweat and the moisture and the stains that he left in that jersey. Wow, that is crazy. We also know that the NBA has opened up an investigation on my guy Jackson Hayes and the turmoil that he has undergone so far. So we're going to have to see what's going on with Jackson Hayes when that all comes down. The Pelicans is looking to make moves some more. Rumor is that Brandon Ingram is on the chopping blocks, and he could end up in Milwaukee. I don't know. Dave wants out of Milwaukee, and he's still vexing to get to Miami. So we'll see how that unfolds. If he's really chirping, if he's really serious, or he's just looking to get a big contract when it comes up. Milwaukee, so nobody's afraid of Milwaukee anymore. So I don't know how much leverage he had to try to get out of that deal. He's with Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers is a point guard. Dave Lillard's a point guard. You would think that could be a match made in heaven, but I just feel that Dame being a West Coast cat up north Oakland, Milwaukee just not fitting for him right now. And hopefully they can square that off. The Los Angeles Lakers are looking very, very good right now. JJ Redick got those horses out of the stable, and they are running. Now, how much gas will they have? That's another thing. That's another thing, how much gas they will have. But nevertheless, they're out there running. So we want to welcome you aboard tonight. Ant-Man versus Lamelo Ball. This is always a fun contest when these two Rams lock horns on the hardwood. And we're going to see if Charles Lee can coach his way out of a wet paper bag. Because he's been getting some criticism lately from his rotation and his situational basketball with his superstar, Lamelo Ball. Because, to be honest with you, the stress has been put on Lamelo Ball to be more of a defensive presence. I don't think anybody is clamoring about Lamelo being a top-notch defender, but they are clamoring about him being a serviceable defender and do it with high IQ like he does his curation on the offense. We already know LaMelo is a general on the floor offensively. We know he can get it going at any given time. He can give you flair, he can give you flash, and he can give you fantastical basketball. But it always have been shorthanded on the defensive side. So I'm going to tell you something. How it relates to all three: Tyrese Halliburton, Anthony Edwards, and Lamelo Ball. These three men, this trifecta, this tertiary, have been stellar when they are healthy. And everybody assumed that Tyrese Halliburton will be the third leg of the three. Surprisingly, that wasn't the case. And that's all because of injury. If LaMelo Ball don't get injured, then we will have a different conversation. So right now, LaMelo Ball has to self-resuscitate his leverage out of that 2020 draft class. Ant-Man is already solidified. He's already solidified. That 260 is guaranteed. He got all that. He cleared 260. Tyrese Halliburton cleared his 260. The only person that haven't cleared that 260 is LaMelo Ball. And that is important to LaMelo right now. Those other two had what you call a free season to do that. In the last year of their rookie contract. In the last year of their rookie contract, they secured their 260. LaMelo was unable to do it because of injury. I mean, it's unfortunate. So now he is coming out to shoot like a rocket because he needs to be all-star. Well, he already did all-star, but all-NBA. He needs that all-NBA. Tyrese don't need it. Ant-Man don't need it. It's only just add to their solo accolades. But LaMelo needs that all-NBA. He needs to be a top 15 player when the voters vote. So this is why you're getting LaMelo maybe a little too anxious on defense. And if Coach Charles Lee is not telling him you got 70 some odd games left, don't try to get it all in one game. Just incrementally add to your defensive foray. Iron wasn't built overnight. And we all know that LaMelo could be, and because you know he can do it in his mind. If he put his mind to it, you know he can do it. But you have to be calculated and you have to be situated when you exert yourself defensively. And that's the thing that he has struggled with in this early portion of the season. And hopefully tonight he'll get the train back on the rails where he can be complete offensively as well as defensively and be able to complete all 48 minutes of the game without being disqualified prematurely. And that's going to be something that LaMelo is going to have to coagulate within his superior basketball talent and high IQ offensively. He's going to have to bring the IQ up defensively and be that all NBA player. So as I continue to share my commentary, it is very important to understand that no one has really stressed to LaMelo Ball to be a defender except Charles Lee. I'm talking about outside of his pops, of course. Well, pops already saw this. He already seen this coming. LeVar already seen this coming. He been warning LaMelo about this time. So we're going to see Charles Lee incorporate LaMelo in better situations there has been conversations among the two. And to some degree, LaMelo's been a little defiant because he is exploring territories uncharted on that defensive side. And he is recognizing that players are very crafty and very sneaky to bait you in to doing something that you felt you didn't do, and that is foul someone, especially veterans and other stars in the league that the NBA do favor, and they curry the favor towards these players, and it's obvious. So LaMelo has to resuscitate his career, and he has to breathe through the umbilical cord of Coach Charles Lee. Charles Lee have seen his young players grow, like Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton. He have seen these players grow. Peyton Pritchard. So this is something that's very familiar with Coach Lee, to get players to be a little uncomfortable and then become very craft in their uncomfortability and use that as fuel to be better every game. And once LaMelo Ball really put his sneakers into his defensive stance, I think you're going to see an all-NBA player right before our eyes. And the maturity that comes along with it. So if you notice, LaMelo has slowed down on confronting referees where he's different. He might do a little gesture here or there, but he's not walking up to him and doing all crazy stuff like he used to do in the past. So I don't know if this is a reflection of his maturation, or if Charles Lee stipulated to him that that's not the way to get the 50-50 calls. Because you're going to have to take a position. You're going to have to take a position with the referees, and hopefully that position will be they will favor you over the other guy. So when LaMelo learned these kind of tactics and integrate that with his skill set and it become a trait, then moving forward, we will see LaMelo on the free throw line. Because I thought it was very disrespectful with all the contact that LaMelo received last game, that he didn't shoot not one free throw. He didn't have one free throw attempt. How can you have a guy that slivers to the rim the way he does and the angles that he takes don't get a free throw attempt? Jason Tatum had 17 free throw attempts and he made 14 of them. And that helped him get to 29 points. LaMelo had 36 points, no free throws. No free throws. I mean, even Bernard King shot free throws. And he was playing on one knee. You know what I'm saying? So if you get Bernard King free throws, come on, man. We see how LaMelo was hitting the ground, how they're pushing, grabbing his jersey. And so if we can see it from TV, you telling me the referees can't see it live? So they need to stop. LaMelo have paid his dues, and he continue to pay his dues. But I thought it was very, very disrespectful and disgusting to see that LaMelo didn't have one free throw attempt. With all of, like if you look at his shot chart, you can see where he was in the restricted area. And LaMelo's not in the restricted area as a dunker. He's not in the restricted area as a post player. He's in the restricted area because he is driving through the lane. And if you're driving through the lane, you're moving with force, right? You're moving with speed, you're moving with motion. And if people trying to stop you, most likely they don't have some contact. And this contact should have led me to shoot free throws. You tell me the referees don't see nothing? happen to Lamelo? He's just falling on the ground on his own. You saying Lamelo's that clumsy? But yet, when he's out there in the open space, he's putting on the show the way he dribbled that ball, right? He's putting it behind his back. He's crossing over, and he's crossing over some of the better defenders in the league. So he's not clumsy dribbling the ball, but yet he's clumsy when he's making his layup. Come on, man. That don't make no sense. We all know that they're making LaMelo pay his dues because he has to resuscitate his own popularity and his own game as the Charlotte Hornets continue to try to secure a slot, a spot, a seat in the extended season. And it is very important that LaMelo stay together, that you don't get frustrated and wild out and damage any kind of momentum he already had as the voters are looking to see how composed LaMelo is going to be if he wants to be amongst the top 15. These are the games they have to play. I mean, I don't like it, but these are the games they have to play. They have to play along, not only on the court, but even that, politics. Make himself available to the media and things of that nature. You have to make the reporters smile. Those who hold a vote, he has to make them like him. Or they will do him like they did Klay Thompson. Remember how they did Klay Thompson? They withheld that vote, and Klay Thompson didn't get that max extension. Cost him $36 million. These are the games they play. When they have the opportunity to hold out on you, then they're gonna hold out. So we're approaching the tip off to this game. Flight will be here for the play-by-play. I just want to give you a little pre-game information and some chatter. And so we appreciate everybody that's in the chat. Shout out to Daniel, shout out to Theo 3 and D, shout out to Thunder, shout out to Morris, my boy Morris. Yes, D-Town is in the building. Shout out to Chris, shout out to Plant Base, shout out to Slam. Yeah, Slam is in the joint. Shout out, was Coffee here? Shout out to Panther. So, yeah, shout out to everybody that's in that chat, man. I appreciate the engagement, you know what I'm saying? I think that's a wonderful thing. So, big ups. Big ups to everybody. Now, let's see. What do we have here, right? Like I said, we had a lot of ups and downs going on in the NBA. RIP to Quincy Jones, one of the musical masters that have graced us with wonderful melodies and jazz and songwriting. That he's been doing it for like 60 years, right? Quincy. So shout out to Quincy for his long life and legacy in the music game, because I know a lot of you guys are in music, whether it's hip hop or R&B or any kind of alternative that you like. Oh, wait a minute, we got Purple Baby.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's really going on, Purple?
Nothing much. Had to take a break from working all them extra days.
What extra days?
Working.
Oh, okay. Well, you gotta pay the bills, Purple.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Man, the Pistons is putting a doozy on the Lakers, right?
It can't be. You for real?
Yeah, 67-53. Lakers out by 14 at the half.
Is Anthony Davis in foul trouble?
That I don't know. I'm not watching the game. I'm just looking at some of the scores because I'm waiting on
I
the
had
Charlotte game.
here they go with the shenanigans.
What do you think about Joel Embiid shoving that columnist over dead brother comment?
I mean, I don't advocate for anybody to put their hands on anybody, but I don't agree with what that guy did.
But Elton Brand, the GM of the Philadelphia 76ers, he said that Joel Embiid was out of line for that.
I mean, you mentioning his child. Once again, I don't advocate for people to put their hands on another person and stuff like that. But you don't talk about nobody's children, relatives.
Yeah,
You don't.
that's a tough one.
That's not even professional. It's another way for him to make his point. He could have made his point in another way.
Yeah, and when the GM kind of throw you under the bus and set you up for a lawsuit.
Yeah.
So earlier I was talking about the matchup between Lamelo Ball and Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, they're playing 500 basketball, 3-3. And we already know Lamelo they're playing under 500 basketball, 2-4.
Right.
So
Well,
they only won. Yeah, go ahead.
now I would just like to say that it is a team game, but it's Lamelo's been playing above average, and stuff like that. It's the team. It's the rest of his teammates. And then Brandon haven't been healthy either. So that's all that is.
Well, but I think they should be able to play better, regardless if Brandon's healthy or not. I mean, because you still got Miles. You still have Nick Richards. You still have Cody. You still have players that been around that should know how to win or play decent basketball.
Absolutely. It's their job to be professional and stuff like that. But when you have guys that to me, I was always taught, always be ready, even when it's not your turn. I just feel like they not ready at times. They're inconsistent, a lot of turnovers, a lot of fouls, and stuff like that. But it is what it is. And Miles, like third best player on this team, and stuff like that. So
Yeah, because LaMelo Ball is averaging 30 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, right? But listen, he is shooting 47% from the field. That's good. And he was shooting. What did he shoot from three? Like 40.
I mean, no,
like 46,
47. No, I think
47.
Yeah.
So that is crazy. He is fourth in scoring.
Okay, Thunder.
And what Thunder say?
That Trey Man is the third best player.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just think that he's shooting 40% from 40.
Oh, I thought it was higher than that.
Yeah, but that's good. 40 is good.
Like I said, he been doing it's his teammates. And I understand people being hurt and stuff like that. It's the consistency of the teammates. He can only do so much.
Now, he has to slow down on the turnovers too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he got the bag up on the turnovers. But I know that he's not trying to be over selfish, and he has to try to get other players in the game. But a lot of those, I won't say a lot of them, but some of the turnovers I noticed is that how he will pass the ball, but the players are not even prepared. They're not even ready.
Right.
They're open, but they're not ready to receive the ball. And the ball just go right by.
Right. I agree with that.
And I think that is so stupid. But the player don't get the turnover; he gets the turnover.
Absolutely. Just like the quarterback, they get
Right
the
with the interception here.
yeah. Whenever, but yeah, and then as far as it's more. This team goes as far and consistent as Anthony Edwards leads them. He has to play more consistent, more in control. He can't be so sporadic, and he has to calm down.
You talking about Anthony?
Edwards, yeah.
Yeah, so he's averaging 28 on the season. He's shooting
10%.
46%. But his free throws, Anthony Edwards' free throws is deplorable, man. He's shooting
Right.
like 60%.
Yeah, he
What the
has to
heck?
get to the free throw line more. Anthony Edwards, who else was I thinking about the other day? Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, and somebody else. The pressure on these guys to elevate and add on to their game the 3-point shot when it's not their strength. Like, you have to have more things in your game to be diverse. But he should not. I think his attempts is at 11.3. Anthony Edwards, that's too many when that's not his strength.
Uh-huh. So who you like tonight? What's your prediction?
I like I said, I think the I was about to say the Wizards, the Timberwolves. I don't want to disrespect Julius Randle like this, but I think they got worse. I don't like the
Ooh,
make of this team. I feel just I'm not confident in this team after looking at the West once more that they would probably even be in the top six. But we'll see. I think there'll be a play-in team this year, but I got the Hornets winning this game. I think it's once again they all games, and I want to give credit to the Hornets and the coaching staff and the most important coach league because yes, they got a below 500 record right now, but the games have been close. They have not been getting blown out, stuff like that.
wait. You
What
talking about Minnesota?
Hornets,
The
the Hornets
Hornets got blew out by Boston.
win,
Back to back. They lost by double figures.
but the game was close. Like it wasn't like it was in prior years where it was like I'm not gonna be dramatic, so I'm just say 10-point leads and stuff like it was nothing. I understand what they lost by, but to
Okay.
me, it's looking more sustainable and
Competitive.
yeah, competitive.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, I can respect that because, like you said, at one point against Boston, it was down by one
Right,
with the opportunity to go up, and I think Lamelo fouled out or something like that. And then
right,
Boston just ran amok. The last game, uh, they came back from a tremendous deficit, and it was on the run. They had all the momentum, and Jason Tatum had to come back into the game. And he came back, and I think he scored like six or seven straight points, and just put it out of reach. And Warriors only lost by 10. But
mm,
you
right.
can feel, like you said, you can feel the tension and the competitiveness that the Hornets is trying to show. It's just that I don't think they have the talent. And plus, if you ask me, the Hornets play soft. I
Really?
mean, yeah, they play soft because they give teams too many ample opportunities for second chance shots, and that's when you soft.
Yeah, mm,
Now,
yeah,
I'm not saying a team should never get an offensive rebound because you don't know how the ball is going to carry off the rim or the backboard. You follow what I'm saying? But when you get 2 and 3 right up under the rim, somebody miss a layup and then they can't corral the ball. Nick Richards nowhere to be found. Musa nowhere to be found. Yeah, it just looks pretty horrible from
yeah.
that perspective.
And it was crazy because I'm still sticking to my thing that I think really ultimately they'll still be a top three defense, at the end of the year. But I was looking at like the stuff so far, since some teams are like 2 games away from 10 games, and I'm so happy that the Hornets are top four. I mean top 4, top 5, but I think they are in the top 4. As far as team rebounding, I think that's a really good sign. I just think it's about consistency, effort, and energy.
Yeah, and purple. I'm gonna have to call you on something because
What
me and you had a discussion, right,
about?
about Lamelo,
Okay.
about being top 30. I mean top 15.
Uh-huh.
How you feel about that right now? Just right now at this stage, not going forward, but just right now. Do you think it's top 15?
Once everybody plays, I don't go by 10 game increments. We'll see what it is by January, and then I'll make my decision.
But you made your decision before they even started. Remember? We had that
No,
conversation.
I know the conversation we had. ESPN made that determination.
And you agreed to some degree.
But if you had let me finish that night, I was trying to tell you that it was
Okay,
certain.
finish now. No, no, no. Finish now.
Okay,
Let's get
what
it on record.
I'm gonna explain to you that night is looking over the totality of that list. I did not agree with some of the players in front of Lamelo, just as it was some players in front of Brandon Miller that I felt like shouldn't have been in front of him per the importance of this team. Not this team, but the totality of the league. I didn't agree with it. Three within the top 15. I mean, it was the top 10, I think. I don't know what people's issue is when it comes with Anthony Davis and Jalen Brown. Like, I had a lot of issues with that list.
I like what Billy said. Billy, that might be the quote of the night, Billy. I love what you just said right there. Shout out to Billy Sports. LaMelo was out for blood tonight. I agree. So is he or is he not top 15? Because that little short
No,
soliloquy was
no,
just dancing with the pachulas.
this is not football. I cannot make that determination off of 10 games when there's 82 games, or for some teams because of the new in-season tournament, 83 games. I have to wait until January.
But see, Purple, I think you're being a little disingenuous because you had already judged LaMelo before he dribbled the ball this season. And you said he wasn't top 15. Even though you had
According to
expressed to
the
the
list,
stream, let me finish. Even though you had expressed to the stream that this is a positionless choice, right? And Julius Randle was supposed to make it. So I kind of rock with you on that. So by it being positionless, you saying that LaMelo doesn't fit the criteria as
mm,
a top 15 player.
no, I don't think what I feel like, and I think it needs to stop, but it never will. Last year was a prime example with the All NBA team, with them going through with some of those guys and saying, "Oh, I owed you one because you didn't make the team the year before, or you didn't make the All Star game." And I hate that mentality because it should go off of, like, in my humble opinion, I understand what LeBron James did last year, last season, but to me personally, I don't think he should be on the All NBA team,
But he was bottom tier though.
huh?
It wasn't like LeBron was bottom tier. I think it was like third all NBA. I think Anthony Davis was second.
Yeah, but it gave off to me, and because I'm older now, so I recognize things. Oh, I like he made the All Star team, but
You said
really,
you're older now, 1 year older.
yeah, step your legacy, and I don't like that. So, like right now, the Milwaukee Bucks, like I keep trying to tell people, they are not that good. Same thing with the Sixers, and whatever. But imagine if Giannis and Philly, or Milwaukee and Philly, was in the play-in, right? And then they make all NBA first teams. Giannis makes all NBA first team, or who? Well, Joel won't meet the requirements because I think so. Joel is excluded, but that's
Look
just
at Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton is not might not be there this year. Look
yeah.
how he's playing.
I knew he wasn't because I keep trying to tell people, when I notice when people compare Tyrese, they take like, let's mention Anthony Edwards, right? For me, his best skill, yes, he plays both ends, but it's scoring. Same thing with Devin Booker, and Davion Mitchell. What is his name? Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan, yeah, Donovan.
Yeah, they're scores. I don't look at them because they have not perfected, the art of playmaking like Lamelo has, and saying, "Oh, they're not better than Lamelo, or Lamelo's not better than them because of percentage and consistency." I take into account the team, the structure, the important, which most of these guys are number one options and stuff, or the best player on their team, and whatever. But I look at everybody individually. So when it came to
I'll be right back. Go ahead.
I was about to say, I think people take skills of those players I just named and say, well, Tyrese Halliburton doesn't do this, that, and the third. And I don't think that's fair. Hello, Dex. Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, answer some questions from the chat. Shout out to Wilkes number 45.
What did he say? I was trying to get something to drink. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. I just think, I know we got to compare these guys per, some people do it per position or however they do it. I want not Anthony Edwards, but Tyrese Halliburton to play to whatever his strengths are. Like, it don't make any sense that you're not between Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, and that's it. That you're not by far heads above them as a defender. I think the playmaking, maybe I'm thinking of him unfairly when it comes to Chris Paul, because I didn't see young Chris Paul. At least I don't think I did. If I did, I probably wasn't paying attention to his age. But I feel like his playmaking or his effectiveness as a playmaker should be like what Chris Paul's was, because I didn't watch him too much in New Orleans with whatever the team name is. So that's my is. I just feel like, guys, as long as we keep putting Tyrese Halliburton, and we're saying, like everybody just says plainly, that Tyrese, which I think they're delusional when they say it, is Tyrese Halliburton is a better player. And I'm asking why. And the first thing they do is percentages. I hate this percentage stuff. But then I will defend LaMelo in this point. Even though I criticize him for the lack of versatility in his game and where he puts his shots up at, I do feel like LaMelo is a better scorer than Tyrese Halliburton. But Tyrese Halliburton should be a better shooter than LaMelo, if that makes sense.
Why should he be a better shooter though?
Because how I think of it is somebody that, who can I use? Because Chris Paul got a decent amount of offensive talent. Okay. How I view Tony Parker was, and Steve Nash, is they're incredible playmakers. And it's not that they could not score or anything like that, but I didn't look at them like I look at Allen Iverson, if that makes sense. as far as being a scorer. I've seen them more of, even though Steve Nash was a part of that offense and he did score a decent amount of points. I don't know what his average is. His average is. That's why I said a decent amount of points. Because I told y'all, being here in Missouri, a lot of Spurs games. Imagine my suffering. But like that's how I think of it. Like James Harden, who can I compare Harden to? Because Harden, I think, is a scorer.
I'm here with y'all, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out.
Hey,
What's you doing, Purple? We live right now. You ain't gotta touch that dial. We're gonna give you some up to date coverage. We got NB1 Lamelo Ball. You already know what it is. The Minnesota Timberwolves is in full effect. Make sure you hit the like button. Most definitely hit the subscribe button. We got Big Todd Gibson out there. Pause. We back out there in Minnesota. LaMelo got the and Anthony Edwards is taking the challenge. Lord have mercy. Do not touch that down. Here we go. Miles Bridges. LaMelo. Edwards got a little pep in the step, y'all. Y'all better turn the channel to this game. You get the popcorn. Here go Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges penetrating to Taj. Corner 3 ball. Cash. Ooh, Taj Gibson. You already know what it is. Taj Gibson back home in Minnesota. 3-zip. Charlotte, pardon me. Here goes McDaniels 3-ball. And that's an air ball. That was nasty. That was nasty work. Shout out everybody in the house. You already know what it is. The Hornets is back. Here goes Brandon Miller. Yeah, I'm telling you, the defense from Minnesota, they trying to pick up. Here go Miles Bridges. They give it back to LaMelo. Tell me how Edwards is on LaMelo. Edwards all the way to the cup, and he scored it. Edwards better slow down. Edwards better slow down. He better slow down. LaMelo going to the cup with a float. Mike Conley.
Yeah, that's what.
Floater. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what I was saying for like earlier. Is that how the fella's taking people to the rack and not getting the calls.
Right, absolutely. Here goes LaMelo. LaMelo, he dumps it out to Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller has the rock. Brandon Miller shaking and baking to Josh Green. Josh Green all the way to the cup. They give it to Miles Bridges for 3, and he missed it. Taj Gibson, and he converts and he puts it back. Big time play from Taj Gibson.
Anthony Edwards is on LaMelo really tough. He's a part of his uniform.
Yes, absolutely. Anthony Edwards walked into a 3. Oh my goodness, Dex. I think it's gonna be one of them nights. Here we go. We got the ball went off Conley. They should have gave it right back to LaMelo so he could keep the fire lit on him. This is crazy. Unbelievable game tonight.
It's a tech. It's a tech.
It's a tech?
Yeah. Something happened. Maybe illegal defense.
Okay, let me see.
Did you see it? But anyway, while LaMelo shoot the free throws, Anthony, like you said, Anthony Edwards accepted the challenge. Let's see how this goes. This is old school basketball. Mono on mono, superstar on superstar.
Yeah, what's up with this music, man?
Okay, I have to mute my mic.
This is 8-5. It's 10-11 right now. Here goes Miles Bridges in the mid-range. They dumped it out to Taj Gibson. Miles has it. Miles, mid-range jumper off. Taj Gibson getting all the boards. And Julius got called with a quick one. So the pace is going crazy. It looked like it's going to be a back and forth between Melo and Edwards. It looked like that's what Edwards wants. Edwards is still on LaMelo. Like, he really could guard him. They need to give it right back. Oh my goodness. There go LaMelo all the way to the cup with a floater. Yo, I really think they just woke up LaMelo because Edwards started playing defense really tight in the beginning of this game. And I think LaMelo is activated. So look out. Here goes Julius. All Julius is going to do is fuck something up. That's it. Julius posting up Miles. Oh, man.
Adidas versus Puma.
Yeah. That's how y'all think about it. Here goes Brandon Miller. Don't sleep on Miller. Brandon Miller. And then you got Edwards picking up Miller. And then they give it back to LaMelo. Here go McDaniels on him. And then Minnesota just forced a turnover. So they're just moving real silly right now. It's 10-7. Here goes McDaniels. McDaniels in the mid-range. They give it to Conley. Mike Conley back to McDaniels, back to Julius. Julius has it. Julius shaking and baking. Back to McDaniels, corner three, off. Here goes Taj. Taj Gibson has it. They give it to Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller has it. They give it out to Miles. Miles Bridges. Screen and roll with Taj Gibson. Back to Lamelo. Back to Brandon Miller. Top of the key three, off. Nasty. That was a bad miss. 10-7, 8:43 in the first. Here goes Edwards. Edwards picked up by Josh Green. You got Grant Williams running to the scorer's desk, y'all. It's 10-7. They give it to Rudy. Back to Ant. Anthony Edwards picked up by Josh Green. Anthony Edwards. He missed it. Lamelo has it. McDaniels is on Lamelo. Lamelo crossing half court. Lamelo going, Lamelo all the way to the cup. Oh, man, they make sure they don't hurt Lamelo the way they're picking him up. They're playing Lamelo like he God Almighty. Here goes, they give it out to Julius Randle. They give it to Conley. Conley got hit. He looking for a foul. McDaniels 3 off. Here go the Hornets. Brandon Miller all the way. Oh my goodness! Showtime. Man, that was crazy. 12-7. This dude is a skywalker. You better look out for Brandon Miller. Mike Conley to dump it out to Edwards. Edwards all the way to the cup. Edwards ain't playing either. Edwards out here balling. I don't know what the hell is going on with Anthony Edwards. Chris is there, like, give us an autograph, Lamelo. That's what it sounds like. All right. That was wild. Anthony Edwards was good. Shout out Purple. Shout out Rap Guy Chris. Salute to all y'all in the chat. I see y'all. Shout out Basil Carpenter, Will Stumbling. We got free throws right now. Let's see what LaMelo Ball is going to do in this encounter with Anthony Edwards. Only time will tell. Anthony Edwards, he missed the second free throw. And he got on different sneakers. LaMelo crossing half court. McDaniels picking him up. They're trying to send help. They're sending help. Now Conley is on him. LaMelo kicks to Grant Williams. Back to LaMelo. LaMelo Ball. Back to Grant. 3-ball Grant Williams. He missed it. Hornets still up by 4. Julius Randle moving and grooving. He posting up on Miles Bridges. This should be a good matchup if Miles step up to the plate. LaMelo crossing half court. Back to Miles. Back to Brandon Miller for 3. Good. It's 15-8. Charlotte, they came to play. They up in Minnesota balling. Here goes Anthony Edwards. Here comes Brandon Miller. They give it back to Gobert. Back to Edwards. Edwards 3-ball. Cash. Damn. Anthony Edwards not playing. He did say that's what he was working on this offseason was his catch and shoot 3-ball. You know, you clearly see that. Josh Green. Oh, man, Josh Green with the spin. Oh, my goodness. That was a grown man move by Josh Green. That was crazy. It's crazy. We got a commercial break right now. Salute to all y'all in the chat.
Like, did you notice Charles Lee must have listened to us because he didn't start all those light-skinned cats. Only light-skinned cat he started was another ball. Did you notice that? Purple, did you notice that? we exfoliated Charles Lee for putting all the light-skinned dudes on the court at one time. Then he started with Taj Gibson.
He meant what he said. He meant what he said when you don't.
Brandon Miller.
You heard me.
Uh-huh.
He meant exactly what he said. You want to the bench.
See that if you notice, they play with a little more grit. Hopefully they can maintain that because in a minute he's going to bring the light skinned kids off the bench, and I don't know if they can hold up, but we'll see.
But
Because look, you still got to bring in Trey Man, right? Josh Greens just came in, and then who's the other one? Oh, Cody Martin, the chief of the light skins. Cody Martin, he's gonna get in the game. So let's see how many he put out there at one time. But I'm warning Charleston, don't do it. Don't put too many out there at one time. Just don't do it. You follow what I'm saying? And listen, I'm not being colorist. It's nothing to do with colorism. It just have everything to do with grit. Some just built different. That's all I'm saying. Let's go. Let's see what's up with the chat, man. Shout out to Rap God. Rap God's in the building. Chris, I love your engagement, Chris. Even though you go off the track sometimes, I think you need that Redmond, but it's all good, Chris. Keep the engagement up. Will Dominant, yes, Thunder. He said, Dex, to be fair, Melo is having the best start of the season in his career. Did you hear what Thunder just said, Purple Baby? That sounds like top 15 to me.
as I told you, you do yours game by game. It sounds like, and I'll wait until I get at least 40 games. I think that's fair. A pre-list and then a post-list, 40 games in.
Josh Green came off the timeout and hit his free throw 18-11. Charlotte up by 7, right in the Terror Dome of Minnesota. Minnesota looked like they went to their bench. Looked like Minnesota went to their bench kind of early. Ooh, nice shot by Nazi. Nazi be hitting that damn three, man. So Miles Bridges break, but it looks like the only person off the bench so far in the game is Josh Green.
I'll be back, Dex.
Okay, and Grant Williams. Grant Williams started, right? Or did he start?
Yeah, no, he came off the bench.
Okay.
Edwards keep killing it. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know. They're gonna have to step up. This is a close game so far. Lamelo's shooting dirt on Miles.
Ooh, Nazi on the
The
mellow. Let's
Bulls
see.
on that air ball.
Air ball. Oh, that's a foul. That's gotta be a foul. Grant Williams out here wilding out.
So they got it. Nah, this game was crazy. T-John in the game. Let's see what T-John can do. The rookie. I got a lot invested in this kid.
That's the other light skin, Tijon. That's the one I keep forgetting to mention. I like Tijon.
Yeah.
And
He's
Steph.
been
Steph
playing.
Curry's the other light skin. I'm telling you, man, Charlotte got about 9 light skinned dudes on that bench. I'm on that 10, man. All of them play.
Yep. Shout out to the Charlotte Hornets. Uh-oh. This guy DiVincenzo couldn't make it work. Here come the Hornets. Seth Curry. These guys balling. This shit is crazy. It's a crazy game going on right now. It's 18-19, 4:24 to go. Let's see what happens. It really don't make no sense right now. It's a crazy game. What you seeing so far, Dex? If anybody that's just joining in right now, we got Lamelo. He scored 5 points. Brandon Miller, you have 5 points. Todd, 5. Uh,
Can you
Josh
hear me
Grant,
fine?
3. Yeah,
Yeah, what I see so far is that the Charlotte Hornets is trying to continue the energy that the starters came out with, but they just playing a little sloppy. Maybe they just have to kind of slow down just a little bit because they're passing the ball. They trying to get other players involved, but they're passing up open shots, and I don't think the second unit should be passing up open shots.
yeah, yeah. You're right about that. I don't know what's gonna happen with Charlotte, but by the looks of things, the game is gonna go down to the wire. It's only let's see if Charlotte can stick around offensively. That's gonna be key. They don't. They gotta stick around offensively, man, and be able to trade with this kind of team. I think Minnesota they've shown they could sustain their play throughout the whole entire game. And Charlotte, I don't think they've always shown that. So that's going to be key to win. They're not going to win this game in the first quarter. It's going to take a full 48 minutes. And as it looks at things, I think the pace is picked up because the way the defensive pressure was in the beginning. They started playing fourth quarter defense in the first tap. So that's something to monitor. We're gonna find out. We're still in the midst of a commercial break. Put your picks down in the chat if you want to know who's going to win or who's going to lose.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Charlotte right now. To be honest with you.
Yeah, we're coming back from commercial. Lamelo is on the bench. Let's see what happens with Lamelo Ball tonight in this matchup against Anthony Edwards. We're gonna find out. Trey Mann is out there. Let's see what Trey could do. We all know Trey Mann playing for a contract. Let's see what happens as we go. Trey Mann has it. Trey Mann shaking and baking, crossing half court, met by Walker. Trey Mann gives it out to Trey. Got it. Trey operating to kick it out to T-Jam, back to Trey Mann. Trey Mann operating with the floater, and he couldn't convert it. Here goes Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards has it, moving and grooving. Anthony Edwards shaking and baking on T-Jam, or his rookie. Then we got Alexander Walker, top of the key, 3 off. We got Julius Randle. Julius with the ball. Back to DiVincenzo. Back to Julius. Julius in the mid-range all the way to the cup. He can't convert it. Julius Randle off. Here goes Trey Mann. Trey Mann has the ball crossing half court, met by Alexander Walker. Trey Mann all the way to the cup. He didn't do anything. He's surveying. Here goes Grant Williams. Back to Trey Mann. Screen and roll with Grant. Trey Mann moving and grooving to T-Jan. 3 off. Rebounded by Nas Reed. Dante DiVincenzo has it. DiVincenzo has it. They give it to Alexander Walker. Crossing half court. Met by Seth Curry. It's 18-19. 3 minutes to go in the first. Julius Randle, top of the key 3 ball. Cash. Julius Randle. Big time 3 from Julius. You better look out. It's 22-18. Trey Mann has it. We give it out to Martin. Martin has the ball. Screen coming. Martin moving and grooving. Martin 3 off. Rebounded by Curry. Curry moving and grooving. Back to T-Jan. Thought that was a travel. T-Jan got away with one. Seth Curry, mid-range jumper. Good. It's 20-22. Charlotte, they down by 2. 2:20 to go in the first. Dante DiVincenzo has it. Stripped. Here come the Hornets. Martin all the way to the cup, and he scores it. Big time play by Cody Martin. It's 22 up. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Here goes Anthony Edwards. He's crossing half court, met by Martin, and we got a foul. Crazy foul. We got a tie game, y'all. It's 22 up. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Crazy game going on right now in Minneapolis. You know, when these two teams, two players, Lamelo and Edwards, they get together. It gives almost like a playoff vibe. You know, both teams want this win. Here goes Edwards. Edwards has the ball. Edwards all the way to the cup, and he found Rudy Gobert for the alley-oop. Good find by Anthony Edwards. Trey Mann with the rock. Trey Mann all the way to the cup. They kick it out to Grant Williams, back to Seth Curry. Screen and roll, and there's a moving screen. So it's a turnover here by Charlotte. It's 22-24. LaMelo's coming back in the game. Here goes Dubante. It's 22-24. A minute 43 to go in the first quarter. Here goes Trey Mann. They kick it out to Anthony Edwards. Oh, missed alley-oop. Crazy play right there. It's a minute 33 to go in the first quarter. That was crazy. They kick it to Nines, back to Anthony Edwards. Edwards has the ball in the mid-range, and he missed it. Rudy Gobert posting up. Oh, man. He got the ball stripped. Here comes LaMelo. LaMelo crossing half court. LaMelo moving and grooving. LaMelo, he got the ball stripped. Nas has it. Nas nearly turns it over. And he does. Here goes LaMelo. LaMelo all the way to the cup. Edwards damn near fouled him right there. It's a big-time exchange right now. This is a good game. I hope y'all tuned in. It's 24-24. Clock winding down. Here goes Alexander Walker. And he couldn't convert it. Here goes LaMelo Ball. LaMelo has it. He's crossing half court. Met by Alexander Walker. LaMelo shaking and baking. Screen. LaMelo in the mid-range. LaMelo with the pep in the step. And he couldn't convert the floater. Alexander Walker pushing it. Back to Edwards. Martin is on Edwards. We got Edwards putting the moves on Martin. Edwards shaking and baking. Alexander Walker off. Big time miss from Alexander Walker. Here comes Seth. Seth Curry all the way into the cup with a floater, and he missed it. So it was a tie game at the end of the first quarter. Nobody really getting the better of anybody right now. Exactly what I expected. You know, the Hornets, they're going to play this game like it's a playoffs. They haven't been to the playoffs, so this is, I would think, one of the closest kind of games to give you that feel. Minnesota, on the other hand, I think it's bragging rights. You know, you don't want to lose to LaMelo. You know what that does. Mind you, LaMelo has had a good individual season, you know, so far. So I think that's something to monitor. You know, that's really huge, you know, in my opinion. LaMelo just got to keep picking it up. Purple, you still there? Shout out to Purple, baby.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, what's your thoughts on this game tonight between Melo and Ant-Man?
I mean, I picked the Hornets to win, and stuff like that. I think it's gonna be a close game. Like some of the Hornets' previous games, I don't feel like I feel like Minnesota got worse weather and stuff like that. So we'll see.
Yeah, good call. Minnesota, I think, need this game. I mean, Charlotte, I would believe, needed more. Just because I think it'll be a good look for them. You want to take out Minnesota. You know, this is a big-time game. LaMelo has been pretty much MIA due to injuries and the Hornets being so disastrous. You know, you can't ask for a shittier team, you know, the last couple of years. You know, the team has just been horrendous. if you ask me. So I mean, it's crazy. Let's see if they can get it together. Only time will tell. We coming back with it. The first quarter was definitely crazy. I think it was everything we all asked for. Could you see the shit going down to the wire in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, because the Hornets been playing some close games.
Right. I agree. Too bad they couldn't always win. The injuries seem like they're piling up, and then that foul position is a hole there. In my opinion, it's a massive hole.
Yeah.
It's 24 up. Crazy game. Let's see what happens. Lamelo's still in there. Lamelo picking up Mike Conley. It's 24 out. 11:50 to go in the second. Conley screen and roll with Gobert. Conley to Dante DiVincenzo. They kick it to Nas to Alexander Walker. Top of the key three. Cash. Minnesota is up by 3. It is 27-24. 11:30 to go in the second. We got Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller, they kick it out to Lamelo. Lamelo has it. They kick it back to B-Mill. B-Mill operating. And then they strip it. Dante DiVincenzo just in the passing lanes to Gobert. Minnesota's starting to run it up. Let's see what happens. It's 24-29. 11-12 to go in the second. There's a crazy game going on right now. Dante, fresh off the Knicks. That big trade. A lot of people, thought he wasn't happy with it, but he seemed like he's kicking his feet up there in Minnesota. He's getting more comfortable every game, I've been noticing. Julius, too. Miller, 3-ball miss. So the Hornets got to get some better shots. These shots is kind of crazy. Mike Conley with it. Mike Conley crossing half court. Conley back to DiVincenzo for 3 and is off. Rebounded by Dubante. They kick it out to Lamelo. Lamelo has the rock. Lamelo crossing half court, met by Nickeil Alexander Walker. But that would have been a crazy step back. Brandon Miller in the mid-range and is off. And he's fouled. Crazy play. Hornets got to step up. Charlotte, Brandon Miller going to the line. What you think about this Minnesota Timberwolves team?
I think they got worse after the trade.
Mm-hmm. You think it was a bad move trading Cat?
No, I felt like Cat should have got traded, but I feel like they should have got more for him or someone that was at least on the same tier as him.
Okay. I can understand now. Let's see what happens. We still got a lot of basketball left. LaMelo is still out there. Alexander Walker has it picked up by Brandon Miller. Conley has it back to Nickeil, back to DiVincenzo, back to Gobert. So they're moving the ball out there in Minnesota. Big time play, 26-31. LaMelo, 3-ball, LaMelo off. Here goes Nas. They kick it out to Nickeil, back to DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo has it. DiVincenzo top of the key 3, catch. It's 34-26. 9:40 to go in the second. LaMelo has the rock. Oh man, LaMelo, he lost it. DiVincenzo 3-ball. I was about to say this is getting bad. Minnesota on the run. Charlotte might want to get a timeout. And they do. Charlotte is down by 10. We got Bar City just rolled in. He's good.
What's going on, fam? How you doing? Chat and the whole panel.
What's the deal,
Looking
man?
pretty good out here tonight, man.
We down
Steve,
by
stop
10.
taking these shooting these stupid threes, man. Go to the hole.
Well, Lamelo just went to the hole. He got slapped 17 times and nobody make a call and he turned the ball over.
I swear he did. I'm talking about them other jokers shooting them little stupid threes. They need to go to the hole. Like Miles Bridges, he ain't got no business shooting no damn three. He need to go to the hole. He already
Yeah,
see he wasn't trying to size him up the whole game. That's who need to be going. That's the battle tonight. Them two need to be banging tonight, both of them. Miles and be need shooting no goddamn threes, shooting that ball, man. Come on. You better tighten up. Hey,
yeah.
already he better tighten up. They gonna ship his ass out of here too. He don't tighten up this year. I'm telling you that
But see,
now.
you know, it's
Somebody that be
almost how he
shitting,
gets shipped out.
they ship his ass out of here too. Don't tighten up. Shit.
But
They
he's a
already
fool.
talking about it. Already on down here in Charlotte. If he don't tighten up, they're gonna put him in a trade pack.
Yeah, yeah.
This
Brandon
new
Ingram's
regime ain't
available.
playing. They ain't putting up, shutting up. They getting their ass shit up out of him. Tell you. Miles keep on
Okay,
shooting them three. You see where he be. If Miles keep on
I don't
shooting them
like it.
airball three, he about here
Yeah, I
next
don't
year.
like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. But the Charlotte Hornets is down by 10 up
Yeah.
here in the Twin City. 36-26. Minnesota has taken the lead with the second addition of their talent coming off the bench. Field goal percentage, uh, pretty even, but no, let me take that back. That's not even. It was. Now it's 48-40. 10 for 25 for Charlotte, 14 for 29 for Minnesota. 3-point shooting. Charlotte has been deplorable shooting from the distance. 2 out of 12. You cannot win like that. Minnesota shooting 50% from three, 7 for 14, and Charlotte is 16% from the 3-point line. How you gonna beat 16%?
Look at him. They better tighten up, or it gonna be some people getting shipped up out of here now.
Charlotte with
This one.
6 turnovers in the early portion of the second quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And Minnesota, they protected the ball pretty well. Only have 3 turnovers, and so Charlotte's got to shape up on that, protect the ball. But I know that last turnover, it should have been a foul. You know that they haven't showed the replay on that turnover because Lamelo Ball got swiped like he went through a car wash, and they still didn't call a foul. So let's go. Here we go. Lamelo with the ball passing half court. He just passed the logo. Lamelo with speed. Lamelo dancing. Lamelo throws it back, and it's a turnover. Brandon Miller was an intended target, and Lamelo Brandon, the miscommunication. Brandon was about ready to go to the rack, and Lamelo thought he was going to sit there for the 3-pointer, and that miscommunication goes towards Lamelo Ball stats on turnover. So make that 7 turnovers for the Charlotte Hornets.
Man, we're
So
gonna have
those,
15 turnovers for the game over with.
oh, you're gonna probably have more than that.
More
But
than
the
that,
thing
I'm
of it
telling
is that the Charlotte Hornets is not shooting well from the arc, so those turnovers looks, more glaring. Oh, here comes Miles to the rack. Miles get blocked. Miles Reed read that all the way, and he blocked Miles Bridges. Miles should have went up for the dunk, but he tried to finesse it.
That's the shit I'm talking about right there. He's supposed to punch in that dude, man. Come on,
Okay,
man.
wait a minute.
Airbnb.
Oh my God, Trey Mann. No way. They call a foul on Trey Mann with an excellent defensive stance. It's a lot of home cooking going on. Trey
Yeah,
Mann gets fouled.
they
Nikhil
cheat, man.
Alexander Walker went up for the shot. Trey Mann was there. Good mono on mono defense. Blocked the shot and get called for the foul. Charlotte cannot catch a break with the whistle.
They
The
cheat.
ball don't lie. He missed. He missed the free throw. The ball don't lie.
That's what I'm talking about, Rasheed Waller.
He missed the free throw. Trey Mann has some justification right there. But let's see what happens on the second free throw. And he cashed that one in. So he goes 1 of 2. Lamelo to the bench. Trey Mann's operating the offense. Trey Mann comes across the Wolf logo. Here we go. Trey Mann with the dribble. He's looking. He's surveying. He don't like what he sees. Keeps the dribble. Keeps it up. Almost slip. Gives it to Miles. Miles to the rack. Miles with the layup. That's what the Miles we want to see. That version of
Right
Miles.
there. That's the Miles right there. Keep putting that pressure on him, man.
Nas Reed with the heavy. Nas Reed with the lefty, and Nas Reed misses. Gibson could not corral the rebound, so Nas Reed gets his own rebound and puts it back in with a costly error from Taj Gibson.
Mm.
Here come Brandon. B. Millie. B. Millie. He's dancing with the, oh my God, Rubert just made him chew that. Rudy Rubert made him chew that. 2-time defense, 3-time defensive player of the year. Made Brandon Miller chew that ball.
At least he
Oh,
tried.
good rebound, Miles. Good rebound. Let's go. Here come Miles. Miles pushing it. Looks like Miles gonna operate the offense. Brandon Miller gets it back. He gives it back to Miles. Miles over to Trey Maniac. Trey Maniac tries to get it to Josh Green in the corner, and Devin Senzo kicks the ball. Or do they call it off of Nikhil Alexander Walker? Nikhil Alexander Walker, you know his cousin played for for the Oklahoma City Thundercats, and that's Shea Gilchrist Alexander. They are cousins out of Canada. Here comes Lamelo. Lamelo's back in the game. Lamelo done calmed down. The referees have got under Lamelo's skin. Charles Lee took him out for a breather so he can collect himself. And let's see what Lamelo. Oh my God, you see that dribble? Wait a minute, now that's 6'8". Oh, Rudy Gobert and Lamelo. Oh man, he was shaking Rudy Gobert. Oh, Trey Maniac, yes! Trey Maniac for the mid-range jumper. Looking spiffy out there. The Charlotte Hornets has taken it down to single digits. This is what you want to see. You want to see fight in your team. And Charlotte Hornets is showing fight. Nas with Rudy. Wait a minute, man. That's 3 seconds. Oh, referee don't even call it. Referee lets them get away with 3 seconds. And Nas Reed puts it in. The game is in 11 right now. Good pick from Grant. Wait a minute. They're pushing. Oh, yes, Josh Green from the distance. They just pushed Trey Maniac down on the ground. The referee don't call it. And then Josh Green gets the rebound and shoots the 3 in cash money. Well, Conley comes right back. So that gnaws out the spectacular player of Josh Green. Here come Miles. Miles like a Rambo. Miles misses. Miles gets the foul. The referee rewarded Miles Bridges for his aggression, taking it to the rack, and Nas Reed would be taxed and tagged for that lead. Or did they give it to Conley? I'm not sure who they gave it to, but Conley and Nas Reed was in the area, so most likely they gave the foul to Conley. So Conley will be tagged for that tax lead. Miles Bridges shooting a stimmy, and Miles Bridges missed. You cannot give away points at the line. Not at that charity strike. So Miles will shoot 2. And here we go. Let's see the results. Miles make it 1 of 2. Julius Randle's back in the game, along with Conley running the offense. Old man Conley with a little spiffy move and got a little speed to him. Kicks it out to Julius. Julius give it to Devin Shinzo and to Conley. Conley pump fakes. Back to Julius from deep. And no. Nas Reed, no. Here come Miles with the rebound. Trey Maniac looks like he's going to control the offense. Look at the spin move wide open. Devin Chisel got his ankle broke. Devin Chisel just got his ankle broke by Trey Maniac. That's what I'm talking about. Make them pay for trying to guard you. Conley from deep. Damn, Conley. Conley hits again. So they're hitting the 3-pointers like, man. So let's go, Charlotte. Can we get a comeback? Devin Chisel do not want none of Trey Maniac. Back to the corner to Miles to Melo. Oh, hit the front of the rim, but they get the rebound back. Back to Josh Green. No, hit the front of the rim again. And this time, Devin Chinzo comes down with the rebound. Oh, good defense from Miles. Kicks it out to Trey Mann. He goes to the rack. Damn, they don't call a foul. Oh, my God, these referees are disrespectful. These referees are disrespectful. and Minnesota calls a timeout. They do not like Charlotte. They do not respect Charlotte. The referees are so disrespectful. 36-47. Charlotte backed down by 11, but they still within punching range. They still within punching range. Minnesota has not cleared Charlotte as of yet. Charlotte Hornets is still within punching range, but Charlotte have a tall task. They already fighting against 50% representation of the Western Conference Championship matchup last season, along with the refs. So it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard fight for the Charlotte Hornets to overcome this, but they're well within range. They're only down by 11. When you look at the tail of the tape, when you field goals, Charlotte has taken 26 shots and made 10 of them, and their field goal percentage have dropped from the mid 40s to 38, and they still stuck at 2 of 12 from beyond the arc, and they're shooting a deplorable 16%. You cannot win shooting that poor from the arc when you don't have a stellar defense. And we know Charlotte Hornets is very shaky when it comes to defense. Their fortress is built on sand. Now, the disparity in free throws, there's none. Charlotte shot 4 free throws, and the Timberwolves shot 3. But the Charlotte Hornets should shoot more free throws, or even have the Minnesota Timberwolves in foul trouble as a team, because of all of the swiping that's going on and the contact that the referee sees and appears to turn a blind eye to. The rebounds are pretty fair. Charlotte 13, Minnesota 15. No disparity there. And the assists, which is surprising that Minnesota is double up on the assists against Charlotte, 10-5. But it's still early. Charlotte getting steals. And Charlotte has 7 turnovers to Minnesota 3. So the turnovers kind of slowed down because it was starting to pile up in bunches. But all of a sudden, Charles Lee made some rotational decisions, and the turnovers seemed to slow down a little bit. But they got 7 turnovers to Minnesota 3. So that's not bad at this juncture of the game, 7 turnovers. It's not bad, but it's not good either. Minnesota's back with the ball. Anthony Edwards has returned. Lamelo goes to the bench. Let's see if Anthony Edwards going to put on a show, and Anthony Edwards put on the show. Just as I mentioned his name, Anthony Edwards drive past Josh Green, gets the and one, and number 5, Minnesota 5, will shoot for the and one. Now, the only thing that I have about this that will allow me to decry foul play is that Anthony Edwards was barely touched. That's what you call a superstar foul. Lamelo has not reached to that stage where he's getting those kind of fouls, because we see Lamelo get beat the hell up going through there looking like he went through a car wash, and yet the referees turn a blind eye, or they swallow their whistle. Here comes Trey Maniac dancing with the pachulas. Here come Cody. Yes, nice layup, Cody. Nice layup with the switch in the left hand. See, Cody sometimes can do some really good things, and then he start believing in himself, and that's where he fuck up. Julius Randle. Oh, nice pass, Julius. Backdoor to DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo wanted more. He wanted the foul, but the referee don't give it to him. But what a play from the two, DiVincenzo and Julius Randle. Oh, almost a turnover. Josh Green do get it back. He gets broke. He don't get the foul. That's what I'm talking about. Miles Reed just fouled the man. He broke them right in front of the referee, and the referee put on blinders. These are Stevie Wonders out here. But Josh Green did make the layup, so he don't complain too much. And now there is a loose ball foul at the attacker's position, and it looks like somebody got pushed. It looks like somebody got pushed. Let's see who they call a foul on. I don't see the referee pointing out any particular number. Maybe it's a team foul. Devin Chenzo, no, out of bounds. Charlotte, 52-40. Charlotte down by 12. Despite them shooting very poor from the distance, they still is relatively competitive in this game. Minnesota has not gave them the knockout blow yet. Josh going to the rack. Wait a minute. Josh going to the rack. Oh, he comes out. He comes out. Here comes Trey. No, they don't get it. Here comes Julius. Here come M5. They're moving the ball around. Devin Chisel got it right now, waiting for Rudy Gobert with the pick. Devin Chisel in space. Charlotte closed out on him very well. Look at Grant. Grant taking up the challenge. Yes, Grant takes up the challenge on Julius Randle, and he wins that one. Now here come Cody. But I tell you, didn't I just tell you Cody is going to do some dumb shit? Didn't I just say that? Cody started believing in himself, and that's where he goes wrong. He just did some idiotic crap. Thank God Lamelo's coming back into the game, but he's working his elbow. Lamelo has been working his elbow, he's been working his shoulder. I don't know what's wrong with the guy limbs. Timeout has been called, and I don't know if I'm alone up here or not. But if I'm not alone, please chime in. Give me your analysis on the game. If you're still here, Perp, Buzz City. So we got a break in the action right now. And I'm scared to look at the stats because I don't really see much change going on in this game. Referees are overlooking at something. I don't know what they're looking at, but they're reviewing something. They're reviewing something. I have no clue. As the Charlotte Hornets are down by 12 with 2 minutes and 37 seconds left as a referee. If you notice on the referee's uniform that has an Emirates, that air money is looking good. Oh, that's a Rudy Gobert. Yes. That's got to be a flagrant on Rudy. He almost broke Josh Gibson's arm. Look at Josh Gibson screaming. And Josh Gibson is a tough guy. I mean, not Taj. Josh Gibson was a Negro baseball player. Taj Gibson. He's screaming mercy. Oh, my God, Rudy Gobert. I don't know if that was a dirty play or not, but the referees are looking at it. I don't know if they're looking at it for a foul or who knocked the ball out. It looked like his last touch by Gibson, but Rudy has Josh Gibson's arms tied up. But it looks like it might be out on Gibson, though. From my vantage point. Shout out to everybody that's rocking with Flight Sports TV. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell. Big Al, there you go. You traumatized already, Big Al. You ain't even come up on the panel yet. Talking about shut up, Dex. Then he comes back and say, great commentary, Dex. Big Al, where are you at on this? Come on, man. Stand on business and die on that hill. Big Al is definitely in the building. Shout out to you. But yeah, it does look like it's out on Josh Gibson, but it could be a foul also, though, because that's definitely a loose ball foul underneath the rim on Rudy Gobert because he tangled up Josh Gibson's arm and made Josh Gibson scream like a bitch. So you know he was in pain. Let's see what the referee decides. The referee is making the announcement, and it looks like the ball will go to the Timberwolves out of bounds on Taj Gibson. It doesn't look like there's going to be a foul. So LaMelo looks like he's ready. And Minnesota head coach is kind of walking back and forth, even though his team have the lead and the ball. They're up by 12, 52-40. And here come Minnesota to run the ball. Give it over to M5. Back to Julius Randle. LaMelo's on Julius. Oh, these double team. I like this. Yes, and they win. Brandon Miller ran off for the double team, made Julius Randle surrender the ball, and now Charlotte has the ball down by 12. And nope, still no foul on LaMelo. LaMelo turns the ball over. The referee do not call a foul. And Gibson, Williams come down and steals the ball. And Cody Martin gets the ball and he gets the foul. Good hustle by Grant Williams because Randall looked like he had an open corridor for a layup, a cheap layup. Now, listen, it's getting really upsetting that these guys are smacking on LaMelo and the referees are not calling no fouls. And all LaMelo doing is piling up his turnovers. Williams for three? No. Rudy Gobert with the rebound. Here comes Nickeil Alexander-Walker leading the charge. They give the ball to M5 at the logo. M5 looked like he wanted to press. M5 pulls up. Yes, M5 from deep. Anthony Edwards 3-point shot made. He's killing right now. Miles Bridges bring up the ball. Gives it to Cody Martin. Cody Martin loses it. M5 with the steal. And Cody Martin with the foul. Wow. Listen, man. I can't make this up, right? Between Cody Martin and LaMelo, man, they can't hold on to the ball. And Cody Martin cuts out the ref, but he don't get a tech. LaMelo's on Anthony. Now LaMelo's on. Oh, LaMelo with the steal. Yes. Oh, that referee, come on. Come on for crying out loud. Oh, my God. They burning Charlotte hard up in Minnesota. I know the running mate to Kamala Harris is from Minnesota, but good gracious, the election hasn't started yet. Why are you giving Minnesota all these calls? Look at this here. Nickeil from deep. He misses. Rebound. B. Millie kicks it out to LaMelo. LaMelo with the heavy on him. Oh, yes. It got to be a foul. I'm finna say, boy, I'm finna turn my TV upside down. You see that hezzy LaMelo put on Anthony Edwards? Did y'all see that hezzy? 6'8" hezzy? If they didn't call that, I'm telling you, man, my iPad, my iPhone, and my Android Z Galaxy Fold would have been out of the window. Charlotte finally breaks that 40-point because they were stuck there for at least 3 minutes. LaMelo hit his first free throw. LaMelo looks very perturbed. I'm telling you, I'm looking at him. He is hot. But he got to stay calm. He makes both free throws. Because he knows the referee is not acting right. Look at it. He knows the referee. Slow down, LaMelo. Slow down now. Don't. You ain't got no fouls like right now. You're doing good. You're in good shape. Look at Julius Randle. Foul! That's a foul! That's got to be a foul! No way! Look at Julius Randle, man! Oh my God, they called a foul on Martin! No, man, they cheated. Nah, man. Dog, they cheating. Oh, gang, they cheating right now. I'm about to throw up my shit. I'm so hot. This is a foul on Randle. Look at this. That's a foul on Randle. Oh, my God. These referees are cheating. Do I need to play some music for myself? Do I need to play some music for myself? Because we're looking right at it right now. The referees are cheating, man. There's no way you can say they letting them play. The calls are going one way. The ball don't lie. Randall missed the shot. Randall missed his stimmy. The ball don't lie. Trey Maniac's coming into the game for Martin. Oh my God! Between Anthony Edwards and this Julius Randle cat, they can't do no wrong in Minnesota. This is very disturbing. Okay, Lamelo with the ball. It was split with Julius Randle, 1 for 2. Nikhil on Lamelo. Lamelo passes the ball to man. Let's see what Trey Mania got in store. Oh, good cross. Brandon Miller off the curl. Yes. Good play. Good play, Charles Lee. How he designed that Brandon Miller off the deep curl for 3 cash money. All draws, no panties. Or maybe I said that wrong for them. All panties, no draws. Because all draws go to the opposite team. Look at another foul. Another foul. Between Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle, they just dinged Brandon Miller for the cheapest foul known to man. 3 seconds left on the clock before the break. The Hornets is down by 11. They had an opportunity to be down single digits. So Brandon Miller and Julius Randle is chopping it up at the line. And I don't think the words are affable. They're not friendly at all. Julius Randle missed. See? You see what happens when the ball lie? I mean, when the ball don't lie? They called a ghost foul on Brandon Miller. Julius Randle missed the first of 2 free throws. Charlotte will get the ball back with 3.3 seconds. Can they do damage in that short amount of time? This is very disgraceful, I'm telling you right now. I do not like what I'm seeing from the referees. This is the second game I witnessed this year from Charlotte that the referees beat them down to nothing. Julius makes a second. Miles takes it out, looks for Melo. Here comes the Melo. Back to Brandon. Brandon looks up. He got time. Brandon shoots off the backboard, and he doesn't go in. So we're at halftime. Oh, Brandon Miller just called Julius Randle a bitch. He said, you a bitch. Oh, my God. This is getting chippy, folks. The referees have already decided in the first half they're going to give Minnesota Timberwolves the benefit of the doubt. And if you listen, I don't have the game on value because I'm on the stream and we're not allowed to have the game in the background. But I know the commentators are furious for the Charlotte Hornets when they witness the referee just handing the game to Minnesota. It's almost like they want the Charlotte Hornets to be the doormat for some of these teams that's not playing well, to have superstars as a face of their franchise. We saw it in Boston back-to-back days, right? They tried to do it in Houston, but their star wasn't big enough. We saw them do it in Atlanta with Trae Young. Charlotte is not the doormat for these teams that have big names on their roster for wins. Oh, Charlotte coming in town, so we're going to get this one. We're going to get help by the strikes, by the men and women in strikes. Anybody can chime in if they want. I see Big Al is here. I don't know if Purple's still here. Big Al, chime in, bro. Big Al, can you hear me? We don't hear you, Big Al. I just find it very intriguing that these referees is trying to make the Charlotte Hornets the doormat for the NBA. This is not the Washington Wizards, you fools. They're not Detroit. They're not Utah. What are you doing? And I normally don't try to find excuses for the Charlotte Hornets because, I mean, they have enough problems on their own. They don't need my excuse for their lackluster and shortcomings for the season. But I have to defend them tonight. This is utterly ridiculous what I'm witnessing on this hardwood. Because if the referees was calling it the same both ways, I cannot be mad. It's going to be a tough fight. But they're not calling it both ways. They're giving Minnesota some of the cheapest fouls in the history of basketball. And then on the other end, they let Minnesota be bruisers. I saw Lamelo ball go down the lane, and all of the swiping and wiping that they was doing on Lamelo, it looks like he was going through a car wash. All the hands that was on him. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's a large disparity when it comes to the foul calls tonight. Now the free throws might not show the differential because sometimes one team can get into the foul situation faster than the other team because of these cheap fouls they're calling for one side. And it's not fair and balanced. Big Al, are you there or not? Purple, are you here? I guess I'm all by myself. You see how they do me? Shout out to Basil Carpenter Jr. Basil, you see how they do me, Basil? As soon as I start talking, they just vanish. They just vanish. Oh my God. I don't know what it is. Maybe you guys can tell me. Because I know y'all can hear my voice, right? If you can hear my voice, please let me know. Put an ear emoji in there or something. Because you know how my equipment goes. Yeah, the Pistons beat the Lakers. I don't know what happened tonight with the Lakers, man. That was just disgusting work. Can anybody hear my voice? What's going on? Mic check, mic check. I don't see anything moving. Flight, are you there? Hello, stream. Yeah, I thought I put you in. You should be in, Big Al. I hear your mic a little bit. Mic check, mic check.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't see anything. Yeah, Big Al, you here, Big Al? You in here?
Oh yeah, about time. What
I thought you was already in. Shit, I don't know what Flight at. I'm over here screaming and hollering. Flight supposed to be doing production shit.
you stressing out, and I'm in the backstage. I'm like,
Yeah, man, I don't know what the hell is going on with these referees tonight, man. I don't like this. And I'm not a big Charlotte Hornet fan. You already know that. You know I'm not a big
yeah,
Charlotte
that's
Hornet
why I told you to shut up earlier because all the stuff you were saying. But I mean, yeah, I know you're not a Charlotte Hornet fan, so I can appreciate you recognizing the obvious.
Man, that is bad, man. I mean, it's getting really bad, right? Because the Atlanta game was, questionable. The first Boston game was obvious. Now this is captain obvious. I mean, there's no way around it, man.
Right.
They not reviewing nothing. and what they review, like that one with Rudy Gobert and Todd Gibson. When you want to review if who the ball was out on last, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you could determine that. But what supersedes that was the foul. So if you're reviewing one thing and you know it's a foul, they can call a foul if they want to. And it was obvious that Rudy Gobert had Todd Gibson arm stretched out, where Todd Gibson was screaming like a 6-year-old girl that just fell off her bicycle.
It looked like he could have dislocated his elbow.
Yeah.
Or even broke it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was ugly. So how you don't see that, right? You looking at the replay just to see who touched the ball last. Yes, Todd Gibson touched the ball last. But in the process of all of that, this Rudy Gobert dude fouled Todd Gibson on that loose ball. And you're supposed to supersede the out of bounds call with the foul. And they didn't do that. So I'm calling foul play, man. Something ain't right.
Yeah, I'm glad you speaking up, because I've been thinking about that. I like the comment you made about, I think you said the little brother, Hornets is the little brother, and they trying to, I guess, build up the
doormat.
Fame, make them a doormat so they can build up the fame of the other teams. I mean, you can call me a biased Hornets fan all you want, but I'm saying I see how things are just going like they are right now. It makes no sense.
Makes no sense, big guy. That's foul.
Are egregious. They really are. One way or the other, against the Hornets, they're always egregious.
That's foul, man.
Yeah. So I'm glad somebody other than me is seeing this.
I don't like it though. I don't like it at all. See, I'm not gonna make fun of it. I don't like it because I don't like cheating. You know what I'm saying? If you're just getting beat up and it's a fair match, because the same thing they doing for you, they doing for the other team. Okay, you got to play through that, right? You can't cry. You just got to play through it.
Right.
But they're not doing that, Big Al. And I don't like to waste people's time with my trauma because I'm seeing something that's unfair.
Right. That makes it bad basketball, because when you see stuff like that, you said, fuck it, I don't want to watch it. It's just going to be called one way anyway.
Sometimes it's going to be called one way.
Yeah, sometimes the players lose morale too.
And that's what it looks like the referees are trying to do. They're trying to make Charlotte a sunken ship.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm a conspiracy type dude. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. I done read some Dean Koontz books, and I'm just kind of a conspiracy guy. And I think they want Lamelo to pay his dues, right? And then on top of that, they want the other guys they're promoting to be able to stomp over teams like the Charlotte Hornets, the Washington Wizards, Utah Jazz, and all the bottom feeders. They want these guys to have victories over those guys.
Right.
And that's cheating.
Yeah, it makes it look fake. Makes it look like it's not true basketball. And true basketball fans like me, we lose interest. I mean, I'm like, who cares, man? It's hard to watch. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I agree. So, yeah, I heard that conspiracy Dean Cook. Yeah, I know about all of that, man, myself. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
The Charlotte Hornets is 17 for 41. They're shooting 41% from the field. Minnesota's only shooting 44%, so it's not too much of a variance. Charlotte can easily match that and even surpass that. But what's getting me right now, Charlotte has shot 18 3-pointers, and they only made 4. Minnesota shot 23 3-pointers, but they made 10. So they made 6 more 3-pointers than the Charlotte Hornets, and that's the difference of this game. regardless of the turnovers.
Right.
Regardless of the turnovers. Charlotte only got 9 turnovers. So that's kind of so-so. Because you want to have less than 20 for the game. So right now they in single digits turnover for the half. So that's okay. It's a lot, but it's okay. Now Minnesota's protecting that ball. And the reason why Charlotte's having so much difficulty protecting their ball when they have balls on offense is because too many different players is bringing the ball up the court. And and there's no congruency because it's just too many. You don't know everybody's tendencies just yet. So there's a lot of hesitation. People are not getting to their spots because they don't know how this ball handler this time is bringing it up. But what you do have over there with Chris Finch, right, with Minnesota head coach, what you do have with Finch is that he has stabilized the backcourt where you have Conley and Nikhil bringing the ball down only. And every now and then you get Anthony Edwards bring it down. And now they got Julius Randle. Rarely he might bring it down. Remember, Julius Randle used to bring it down a lot with New York. Oh, he's not doing that because that's not Chris Finch offense. So I just think that the Charlotte Hornets have to kind of figure that one out because when too many players bring the ball down, different players have different tendencies, and the chemistry is not strong enough to have that many players bring the ball in. Not at this stage.
Yeah, I strongly agree with that. And one thing I want to say about that is sometimes I wonder because Charles Lee is a rookie coach. I mean, he seems like a positive guy. He also seems like a guy who wants to be friends and motivate the players and not really dictate to them. And I'm not saying that he's not dictating, but sometimes I wonder because it's too many Chiefs and not a lot of Indians. I said that before, and with that, you guys want to get their numbers, even if they have never produced in their life. Cody Martin is an example. Josh Green, even though he's good, maybe you want to step up to a higher tier as a player than he had in Dallas. But so some of these guys are trying to make their name in Charlotte because we can't really say Melo. Well, we know Melo is the surefire star, and Brandon is too. But who's to say the other players see it that way? So
yeah, that could be a possibility, but I'm quite sure the pecking order have already been announced. I don't think Charles Lee will run the offense and leave everybody in confusion of who's who and what's what. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I believe you. I hope that's the case there. But I mean,
I just think these players still, regardless of what the coach say, I still got to keep my numbers up. I still got to have a negotiation factor when it comes time for my contract.
Right. Okay.
Because there's no reason for Cody Martin to do the things that he's doing right now. There's no reason.
I agree. So, and that's the one of the guys I point out. Cody Martin. Who's another one? I mean, Josh Green. He has his opportunities because he's a good shooter, but I don't think he should take too much liberty with the ball. I think he should be what he was in Dallas, a good 3-point shooter. Every once in a while, take it to the basket. But Cody Martin, he should not be handling the rock. First of all, I don't know why he is handling the rock. Seems like he's doing that.
I don't know why either, because he do not have any handles. Soon as somebody whistle at Cody Martin, he's going to juggle the ball.
Right. On paper.
So here we go.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, here we go with the second half of the game. Let's get back to the main thing, right?
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the street. Here we are with Lamelo Ball versus M5 Ant-Man. And right now, Ant-Man is putting up a little bit better numbers and performance. Ant-Man is at home getting a lot of home cooking, him and Julius Randle. And listen, that's a travel right there, but they don't call it. You can't switch a pivot foot. Good defense for Lamelo closing out on Julius Randle. Here come Miles to Melo. Lamelo stops. Lamelo pumps. Lamelo shoots. Yes! Lamelo with the distance shot. Nice combination from Miles Bridges, finding Lamelo in rhythm. And Lamelo did one of his signature pump fakes, had the defender flying, and he nails a three. Now, Rudy Gobert is putting his ass out there. That's supposed to be a foul. Remember, they fouled Lamelo out with the same type of position, but the referees don't see it. They don't see it the same. Josh Green, Brandon Miller, back to Miles. Miles moving too fast, and a turnover. Another turnover. That's 10 for Charlotte. A run out for Julius Randle, something the Charlotte Hornets do not need right now. So here we go. LaMelo coming off the pin. LaMelo pumps fake. LaMelo's getting fouled like crazy by Julius Randle. Look at this. That's ridiculous, man. I don't like this, man. I don't like the curse. Miles Bridges with the turnaround mini. So thank goodness they finally reached the 50-point mark, but they're still down by 11. So since the break, they only cut into the deficit by 1 point, but they still cut into the deficit. Rudy Gobert with the follow-up. Go ahead, Purple.
No, I was just about to say, I ain't heard too much about the last 2-minute report or whatever the report was that they was talking about all last year. Do they still release it?
Yeah, they still do.
I can't wait to see.
But it got to be by request, I think. I don't think they. Oh, Miles Bridges with the three. Here comes the Charlotte Hornets. Oh, boy, here comes the Charlotte. Down by 10. Down by 10. They still got a puncher's chance. And what they do here? Okay, out of bounds. Minnesota. Go ahead, Purple.
No, that's all I was gonna say. And Thunder, don't you start with the soliloquies. Dex wasn't messing with you.
Thunder saying.
Keep talking about your team.
Oh yeah. That was a bad showing for the Lakers, man. Detroit waxed poetic on them. Rebound Brandon Miller after a Julius Randle miss. Brandon Miller taking charge. Look at Brandon with the dribble, dancing with the pachulas. Oh, he missed it. That's hustle. Hustle Green. Green could not get it. So out of bounds to Minnesota. Charlotte down by 10. Brandon Miller was trying to get him down by 7 into single digits. The last time Charlotte been in single digits was practically in the first quarter. Here's LaMelo on Conley. LaMelo on Conley. Here come M5. Anthony Edwards, and he's fouled. Anthony Edwards is fouled. Shout out to Ernest Potts. Yeah, Buzz City's in the building. Somebody hit me up in the private chat. Oh, that was big out. That was big.
I got a question for you, but it gotta wait till this game is over.
Yeah, that was me. Also, you way ahead of me, I believe. So I can't even comment.
Finally, I'm ahead of somebody. Everybody normally be ahead. Everybody normally be ahead of me.
Yeah, you way ahead of me in the program.
We get LaMelo Ball versus Ant-Man live here at Flight Sports TV. The lead had crept up to 64-53. LaMelo with the ball at the logo. Gives it off to Brandon Miller. Switch with Julius Randle. And Grant pumps fake. Gives it back to LaMelo. Oh, LaMelo and Miller. Oh, they don't call a foul. See, that's what I'm talking about. They don't even call a foul. It should have been an and one on Ant-Man. Oh, my God. Man, they're making me sound verbal because I'm so upset and I'm vexed that the referees are just blatant cheating. LaMelo should have had an and one on that.
I can't wait to see what you just went crazy about. Oh, wow. That was awesome. LaMelo with the floater and a foul. That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying? See how
I
blatant that
just saw
is?
it.
Lamelo with the step back gives it to Grant for three. Yes, 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 yes. Grant Williams for three. The game is a new game. 8-point deficit. Lamelo with the defense. Lamelo with the foul. Lamelo with the foul. He stopped the layup, but it looked like that. Listen, Anthony pushed the man. They just showed it. Look, he pushed the man. Wow, that's crazy. He pushed him in midair, and they didn't even give him a foul. LaMelo goes to the bench. Trey Maniac comes in.
How many fouls does Melo have? You know?
I don't think he had that many, maybe two. I think he only had two. But that was 5 minutes, so it's probably right to take him out at that juncture. You know, he had 5 minutes. Cody Martin's coming back into the game. We at the 7-minute mark in the third quarter. So 5 minutes have evaporated in the third quarter. And the Charlotte Hornets is still down by single digits, 58-67. That's 9 to me, and I think it's 9 even on Jupiter.
And then I hope doing this, I guess, low, Charles Lee doesn't take all the starters out like he did in the first half. Because he tends to do that.
He only got Miles Bridges. Wait a minute, Trey Mann looks like he's hurt. Did he hurt his back?
He got one back.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at the defense. Look at Jalen McDaniels. You see the kind of he's got his hands all over the man like he's playing defensive back in the football. And then Trey Mann.
Yeah. Trey Mann gets called for the foul.
He gets called for the foul.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's no hand checking in basketball. There's no hand checking. I don't care. You cannot hand check.
Wow, they are really grabbing him. And he gets called for the foul. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Shout out to the chat. Yeah, Thunder, the Lakers, they played pretty bad tonight. Oh boy.
Seems like the call is in, Dex.
Yeah, Ernest, it's bullshit. I mean, come on, man, it's obvious. Now, we're not trying to cap for Charlotte. It's just that we're looking at it. We're witnessing it. We're observing the cheat.
Yeah,
and it's bad. And Charlotte already have to fight hard because they're not that good of a team. So they already have to fight hard to play anybody, right, to get a win. Now they have to fight hard against the team and the refs. How you gonna etch out a win when everything's against you? And I'm not trying to make Charlotte Hornets a victim, but that's what the league is doing. The league is making them a victim, not me. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah, I wonder what the storyline is. Why are they doing this? You know, because this is ridiculous. They are really turning a blind eye to a lot of calls on the Hornets.
It's not going to be a storyline. It's going to be another Charlotte loss. You know, Tyrese Halliburton is playing bad, right? The Indiana Pacers is not really doing much. Look at the Minnesota Timberwolves. They 500. They 3-3. So they're not doing much noise. Nobody ain't trying to watch a Minnesota team that's 3-3. You got to be like playing beyond if you want to get eyes on you in Minnesota. Indiana, you got to play beyond if you want to get eyes on you in Indiana. If you just playing regular mid basketball, ain't nobody watching that crap.
Yeah, but Anthony,
only the Charlotte Hornets can get views when they play like crap. And it's only because of one person, of course.
Yeah, no comment. Yeah, Anthony Edwards is definitely the chosen one right now for the NBA. They've, ever since the Olympics. Although he is good, but NBA is trying to put him on a pedestal right now. I wouldn't be surprised.
Look at this. They just put the live odds. The Charlotte Hornets are plus 870 against this game right here. So I don't think no way Vegas is going to let Charlotte win this game. It's got to be a miracle for Charlotte to win this game. They got to play above and beyond.
What's the plus 870? Explain bet to me. I don't really understand.
You put $100 on it. You put $100 on it. You win 8,700. just for
What about the
$100.
negative 2,500 though? What about that?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta put 2,500 to win 2,500.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they way down. I mean, they so much of a favorite. Nobody's gonna put no money on them. It's a waste. Look at they call this bullshit foul.
Oh, okay. The obvious winner is the negative. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, the obvious win is negative. Yeah, and that's a big gap. Negative 2,500.
Right.
And they playing like it, and they refereeing like it. So if you a gambler, you would take a chance to put $100 on Charlotte. What does it hurt? I got an opportunity to win $8,700. So people do that, and some people put more than that. Some people put 10,000. I'm putting 10,000 on Charlotte because Minnesota ain't that good. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Wow. Yeah, I could have made some good money then. I don't really.
Charlotte down by 13. Yeah. But they're not going to pull this one out. Lamelo got to be Superman. Yep. Or Brandon Miller. Somebody got to be Superman. Because you got to be able to beat the refs. This is one of those games. And we're already in the third quarter, halfway through. Trey Maniac. T. Johnson line. Oh, he missed it. I mean, look what the Charlotte Hornets got out there. T. Johnson line, Seth Curry, Grant Williams, Trey Mann, and Cody Martin. Too many light skins out there at one time. I warned Charles Lee about this.
Okay, so are the Hornets in on this too? I mean, why did they take all the starters out? This is I don't understand.
I mean, you can't take. You can't. Yeah, you got to have at least Miles Bridges out there, or Brandon Miller, one of them.
Yeah, it's like they don't give a damn about winning or losing. This is weird.
I don't understand that one though. That's kind of whack.
Yeah, Ernie, I agree, bro. We are pissed because it's like, I don't know, man. Are the Hornets the Wild Thing basketball team? They trying to get the team to lose so they can move the team? You remember Wild Thing, Dex?
Yeah.
Okay.
You talking about the movie?
The movie.
Yeah, with what was that girl name? What was that girl name, man? Some Richards.
No. It's the baseball team. It was the movie with Wesley Pipes in it. Oh my God.
Wesley Snipes. We know you watch porn. Everybody know you watch porn. There's no way you can come up with that combination of a name if you're not
jump off the stream.
If you're not a king porn. If you're not king porn.
Wesley Snipes.
That's an OG name right there.
Okay, we get it.
That dude go way back.
Yeah, that's not who I meant to say. That's for sure.
You've been watching porn for years.
Oh wow, Wesley Snipes. He was.
Look at Curry to the right. Yes, Curry. Yes. Hornets down by 16. You still got a chance. As long as you keep it within 20, you still got a chance. DiVincenzo. Hornets down by 19. 60-79. Hornets is down 19. Trey Maniac with the ball. Trey with shooting. Trey makes it 17-point deficit. So Charlotte Hornet haven't gave up yet. I think he got these the bench in a little too long against Minnesota starters, but the bench is looking pretty good.
Yeah,
Yo, he hit the front of the rim. Damn it, man! I thought it was going in.
Yeah, this don't make any sense. Why would you have the bench out against the starters this long?
Julius Randle's showing he's a man child. Charlotte down by 19 again. They got to get some stops. They got to get some stops. Good pass for Trey Mann. Good box out for Grant Williams.
But Thunder, I don't know if you're watching the game, Thunder, but if the starters are out on the Timberwolves, I can understand that. But if they are all in, which this what it seems like, I would have at least one or two starters out there. My fault, Dick. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's a little break in the action. 81-64. That's 17 points. So I mean, they still within striking distance though. I'm not out on them yet. They can bring this down to 10. They got 3 minutes to try to get it close to 10 as possible.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna make that the way this game has gone. That's gonna be tough to.
All you need is 3 threes. All you got is need 3 threes. And McDaniel just missed the first end of his free throw attempts. See, I already know what the scouting report is on LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets, right?
Okay.
Most light-skinned guys, and Jason Tatum is not in this conversation. Most light-skinned guys, if you kind of beat them up a little bit, they're gonna surrender. You got to be a different kind of light skin to be able to endure what some of these teams throw at you. And right now, Charlotte is not at that point.
So they get pushed a little bit.
They'll back up. Okay. You know, because you can't expect Cody. You can't expect Cody Martin to be able to retaliate offensively. You can't expect that. He might have 2 good games out the whole season, which he scores 20 or better out the whole season. So you can't expect him because Cody Martin can take the punishment. I give him that. He can take the punishment and he'll try to revenge, but he's no good on offense. So what good is that? When the rest of them cow down, even LaMelo Ball to an extent will cow down. I've seen it with my own eyes. You know, that's my boy. I see it with my own eyes. He gets frustrated, and then he doesn't play as aggressive. You know, he'll still play. He can still score because he can score from anywhere on the court. So it doesn't look like that in the box score because he done scored a lot of points or have a lot of assists or even got a lot of rebounds. But as far as being tenacious and being diligent to show resilience and to playing through that, sometimes he will surrender. So that's something he have to work on. See, Jason Tatum was like that. Remember when Jason Tatum first started out, he was kind of like that. And that was the knock on Jason Tatum.
I don't remember that.
And then he overcame it.
Well, I think he's still kind of like that, but he just surrounded him with good defensive players.
That's true too.
Derek White.
But Jason Tatum won't give up. He'll keep coming because he know the referee's going to call that foul. See, LaMelo ain't got to the stage where he can keep coming, and the referee's like, you know what? We got to call a foul. You saw that. Jason Tatum went to. No, it ain't about confidence. It's about fuck it. You know what I'm saying? It's not about confidence. It's about fuck it. Y'all ain't calling no foul. Fuck it.
Right, I got you.
LaMelo with the ball coming up half court, guarded by. Let's see what LaMelo do. Oh, good hesitation. Listen, another foul. See, it turns to a turnover. He's jogging back. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. That call for Jason Tatum or Devin Booker, somebody like that, that's a foul. There's no way that you're going to have that much contact and not get a foul call. When they know you are you just saw it. When they know that you're not a clumsy player, you know what I'm saying? They know LaMelo not clumsy. LaMelo got a swiggle. He's got pizzazz. So they know he's not clumsy. So anytime you see a play that looks like it's clumsy, it has to be some kind of LaMelo with the ball. Here we go. LaMelo at the distance. See, they're gonna push you. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. See, right again. Listen, I'm not saying this because I like LaMelo. I mean, I'm saying this because it is dead beat obvious. There's no way you could be touchy like that when there's no hand checking. Devin Chisel, you better watch the back door. Rudy Gobert. No, Rudy Gobert just do up anything. Here comes LaMelo. 82-64. LaMelo with the deep three. Yes! There you go. See, this is what I'm talking about. See, even though he went to the rack and didn't get called back to back, then he settled for three. This is where Minnesota wants him to do. Minnesota wants LaMelo just to shoot threes. Look at that foul by Gobert. They better call that. And look how late that was. Did you see that? Gobert just fouled the crap out of Cody Martin, and the referee waited forever to call the foul. They almost didn't call it. I guess they was waiting to see if the basket went in. Cody Martin with the stellar defense, ripping M5, and Gobert didn't even go for the ball. He just fouled him. So Cody, make him pay. 82-67. Now the lead is down to 14. They can get the lead down to 13. Like I said, they got action. Oh, I'm breaking up. Mic check, mic check. Mic check.
I hear
Ow,
you.
mic check. Oh, I'll say something. You just told me I was breaking up. Yeah, so what I'm saying is that that's the perfect example what Minnesota wants LaMelo to do. They want LaMelo to just shoot from outside. They don't want him driving to the rack. And the referee don't want it because they ain't called it. Look at Rudy Gobert. Look at Rudy Gobert. Look at that shit. No foul. He just threw Grant Williams to the ground. Look at that. LaMelo again. They finally give him a call now. See, they gave him a call right there.
But I would say, in terms of the foul call, Dex,
say that again.
The foul calls and everything like that. When it comes to LaMelo, I don't think it was Boston. I forgot who they played. This was recently, and I heard the conversation like the day after, and then it was like, I think it was Miami that they played, and then it was like, they played him for like the pass. And then, but they had to adjust and come out of that and start playing him as a scorer and stuff like that. So,
yeah, but only thing I'm saying is that the team's scouting report on Charlotte and LaMelo is to touch him, make him feel uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is, and it works every time, every season. It works. I don't care what LaMelo score. He hates to get touched, and you can't play basketball like that and be successful.
But and I don't like the critique because, well, it made me think about Curry, but we all know like they were saying
LaMelo to the right. See, now they give him calls.
Yeah.
Where were these calls in the first half? Purple.
In their imagination, that's where they was. But I
because they doing the same thing, right? They ain't doing nothing different. Minnesota ain't doing nothing different.
Right.
Now, Big Al. Okay, well, hold on, Purple. Hold your thought. Don't go nowhere. Big Al, I told you the Charlotte Hornets can get this at 10 out of fourth quarter. Didn't I tell that? And you said you didn't think so. Big Al. All right, go ahead. Purple.
Yeah, I would just say that Curry. It makes me think of Curry, how they was like, oh, Curry is soft, and Curry used to get beat up all the time. And there's a lot of stuff that like we as the viewer from home didn't see unless we go to the game, but he was getting beat up and not always getting to the free throw line per his play style because they felt like Curry was soft. So I think that's what's going on with LaMelo. Like, oh, you want to stand out here and shoot threes? Okay, when you do go to the basket, we just don't act like we don't see you getting fouled. And we've heard that.
Wow, Nazi Reed for a 3. Yeah, but I mean, but the thing about it is that these referees know who is the face for Charlotte, right?
Yeah.
I know they don't care because Charlotte are bottom feeders.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you have to levy. You have to levy that to a certain degree. Now, LaMelo ain't going to get as many calls as Jason Tatum, right? But
Right.
Jason Tatum can get 10 calls, and LaMelo should get 5.
Yeah. But it's Luka, it's LeBron for years.
Oh, they
Especially
called it on LaMelo. Oh my God, LaMelo done picked up 2 quick fouls, so that should be 3.
yeah.
Damn. Go
It's
ahead.
not it's not just I mean, it's the players, you know. I think KD go through it sometimes because you don't rebound, you don't defend, you know, he get hacked at times. It just depends on the level of the player, I would say.
Wow. Now as he Reed hit a 3. Now he's back with shooting 2. That's 5 straight points for him if he makes it. Charlotte had an opportunity to get this game with the 10. It was only down by 11. So let's see, man. They're gonna have to have a big fourth quarter. It's not out of reach. This game is not out of reach. It's only 16 points. It's not out of reach. Let's see. LaMelo, we got to score here. Somehow this ball got to be put in the bucket. LaMelo is at the logo and is being guarded by McDaniels. He played with his brother. Grant Williams kicks it out, gives it to Josh, back to LaMelo for deep. Oh, really out heartbreak. I know LaMelo didn't foul. I know LaMelo just didn't get no foul. I know LaMelo just didn't get no foul. I know LaMelo just didn't get no foul right there. I know LaMelo didn't get no foul right there, man. And he did. Fucking stupid. I know LaMelo didn't get no foul right there. How can you do that? And LaMelo get a tech. Wait a minute, they acting like he fouled out. Oh, he got a tech. LaMelo got a tech. That's what it was. So I don't know, do the tech go to your fouls? Do they still do that?
No, I don't think so. Unless he got a foul and a technical. Because Draymond Green, as far as I can
Look at
remember,
this shit. Devin Chinzo just hit a 3. That was a powerful 3 right there. They put it up by 20. That right there, they just put it up by 20. That might be curtains. I don't know if Charlotte got enough firepower to come back from 20.
So what do you feel?
I feel the referee stole this game.
It's refereeing, obviously, but is it their sound on defense to you? Offense, their sound, you know. Like,
Well, the Charlotte Hornets, we know they're not a good defensive team. We know this.
tonight,
Right?
you're saying they haven't been playing good defense tonight?
They haven't been playing good defense all season.
Really?
Yes.
That's crazy. I think they've been playing some good defense.
Against who? Against who?
Dex, they've been playing
They
good.
was down 18 to Houston, right? They was down 20 to Atlanta. They was down 16-17 to Miami. They was down 19 to Boston, and they was down 18 to Boston. Where's the defense?
I mean, that happens to the best of good defensive teams.
But not that many games. Not that many games.
If a team is shooting well, because whatever the team's percentage was doing, like teams go on runs.
Boston wasn't shooting well. Boston got most of their money from the charity strike, from the charity line.
Okay, if you know
Jason
that
Tatum,
outside of them fouling, how is that bad defense?
that's bad defense when you keep fouling all the goddamn time. Either stay in front of your man, keep your arms spread out for the passing lane, and make them shoot difficult shots without fouling. That's the key to defense. You ain't gotta touch them. Now we know tonight they let Minnesota do that to Charlotte, And that's why we calling out the refs. We putting the refs on notice that, yeah, we see what you're doing. Because those supposed to be fouls at the beginning of the game and at the end of the game. There's no way you can not dismiss that as a foul when there's that much touchy going on, like they're going through a car wash. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you go through a car wash, as soon as you come out of there, you got about 6 guys drying your car off. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know?
I mean, yeah.
So it's going to be hard to come back from 20. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. Okay, no Lamelo, but Brandon Miller is out there. Miles Bridges is out there. Miles Bridges to the rack. Miles Bridges short. Rebound. Conley. And Conley gives it to Gobert. Gobert back out to Conley. Devin Chinzo. Now they want to call fouls. And they called a foul on Brandon Miller. Wow. Yeah, I think this one could be a wrap. I mean, they got to go on a scoring barrage, and they got to do it fast. Or this one is over with. 91-71. Oh, yeah, that was a foul. My bad. That was a foul. He hit him in the face. They might review that. Let's see if they review that because he hit him above the shoulders. And they don't review it. I guess they already punished Charlotte enough. Don't need to punish him anymore, right? Don't beat a dead horse. So here we go. Minnesota brings the ball in. They're up by 20. 91-71. Devin Chinzo with the ball. He looks in to score. Devin Chinzo got a little too fancy, and he threw the ball in the crowd. Trey Maniac, let's see what he do. Cross the logo, guarded by Nikhil. And Brandon Miller wide open with the curl. Good pick by Taj Gibson. Miles Bridges with the push off. Miles Bridges do not have the uppers like he used to. He blew the slam. But Miles Bridges, that's what we want to see. We want to see more of that. That just shows us how the Charlotte Hornets is feeling about this game, right? He just pushed the man back, got fouled, and Miles Bridges tried to take the rim off. That just shows you how they feel about this game. That the referees is not giving Charlotte their due justice. Because Miles Bridges was trying to send a message. And it looks like they're going to review that on Rudy Gobert to see if that was a flagrant because Miles got hit above the shoulders. So I know I wasn't imagining, and it wasn't a figment of my imagination about the way the referees was officiating this game. Because to me, it was Captain Obvious that they wanted Minnesota to win. There's no way they wanted Charlotte to win with a plus 870 on the money line. I mean, that would have been crazy. And they made sure that Charlotte was basically so that's what we got tonight. I believe Charlotte got shafted. Lakers got punished. So there was a whole lot going on tonight in this basketball world on this Monday night. And it's sad that we cannot get a decent basketball game without us going through our cycle of trauma. Charlotte shot 63 shots. Minnesota shot 65. The difference is Minnesota made 31 of their 65 shots, while Charlotte only made 26. Minnesota been to the line 22 times. Charlotte 14. Minnesota have shot 31 3-pointers. Charlotte shot 30 3-pointers. The difference is Minnesota hit 14 out of their 31, while Charlotte hit 8 out of their 30. And they're shooting a miserable 26%. So it looks like it's going to be a technical foul on Rudy Gobert, hitting Miles Bridges in the head. But Rudy did go for the ball, though. He did make a basketball play. So they're going to just call it a common foul. I can go with that. Because Rudy is, 7'2", 7'3", and he stretched out his arms. But Charlotte do have the ball. Here come Brandon Miller with the midi. Nope, it don't go in. They still down by 20. Conley coming across half court. Conley gets it back from DiVincenzo. Conley's running the offense. Nazi for 3, and Nazi hit it. This is the largest lead of the night. 23 points deficit for Charlotte as Nazi Reed hits another 3-point shot. Lamelo still on the bench. Taj Gibson, you can tell his age is showing on that layup. And he missed it. Nazi, nope. Trey Mann with the rebound. He's pushing. Charlotte's getting into their spaces. Trey Mann gives it to Miles. Miles lunches. No good. So Charlotte is still shooting a deplorable from the distance. This is not their night from beyond the arc for sure. And another foul. Josh Green would be the predator on this one. And it looks like that's Nikhil. Is that Nikhil Alexander Walker as the victim? Just one of those nights. One of those nights feel like getting down. And when we look over at the box scores, LaMelo Ball only has 19 points, 6 for 15 from the floor, and 2 for 8 from 3-point line. He has 19. He's all scoring for the Charlotte Hornets. Brandon Miller with 10. And it's only Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball in double digits. Everybody else in single digits. Brandon Miller only took 9 shots tonight. On the other hand, Anthony Edwards with 21 and Julius Randle with 13. But they got good money off the bench from Nazi Reed, 19 for him. DiVincenzo, 12 for him. And Nikhil Alexander 4, and that's all the scoring from Minnesota off the bench. They had 3 players that scored off the bench, and those 3 players total outscored the Charlotte Hornets bench, who had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players enter the game off the bench, and they only was able to amass what's that 6-5, 11, 6, 17, 4, 21. Out of all 6 players come off the bench, they only gave Charles Lee 21 points, while Minnesota only had 3 players off the bench, and they got 19 and 12. That's 31 plus 4 from Nikhil. That's 35. So 3 players outscored Charlotte whole bench by 14 points. And they're down 24, 95, 71. Charlotte been stuck at 71 for the last minute and a half. They can't muster any offense to get off that 71, but there's still a lot of basketball to be played. So they can make it respectable, but I don't know if they can overcome this 24-point lead. I just don't see the talent on the bench or even the Charlotte uniform to overcome the referees as well as the play of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I mean, because Nazi Reed is putting in work. Anthony Edwards is not doing anything uncommon. But Nazir's the one putting in work. At 19 off the bench, shooting 7 for 10, and he's perfect from threes. That hurt the Charlotte. That hurt them bad. So this is how we get to this junction, 96-71. Charlotte down by 25. The referee was very unkind to the Charlotte Hornets. Let's get that out there first. But you have to play through it. Now, it would be justifiable if the same thing was happening on the other side. But it wasn't. What happened was the referees seemed to target the Charlotte Hornets from the onset of this game. And the Charlotte Hornets wasn't able to recover because it was really bad officiating. And like Purple Baby said earlier about the 2-minute report, I don't know how they're going to justify this. There's another foul against Charlotte. Another foul against Charlotte. The referee is not trying to stop the bleeding. What the referees are doing is opening the wound even further. So it's one of those Monday nights for the Charlotte Hornets as they came up to the Twin City thinking they would get some hospitality, but they got hostility instead. Here come Brandon Miller, gives it off to Green. Green pump fake. Green to Brandon. Brandon for 3. No, it's short. Just one of those nights. Brandon is still stuck on 10. I wonder if we're going to see any more Lamelo. Lamelo only got 3 personal fouls. Maybe after this dead ball, we might see Lamelo, but I don't see him at the score table. Miles Bridges missed the open 3. So they just cannot get off this 71, man. Tajon Salon at the score table. Yeah, Lamelo might be done. He got his jacket on. He might be done for the night. Here comes Tajon Salon and Nick Smith Jr. Yep. He waved the white flag. It's official. Brandon Miller goes out. Miles Bridges goes out. He waved the white flag. So both teams is emptying their bench. Oh, Miles is still in the game so far. Rob Dillingham is entered the game. He got a nice round of ovation by the crowd, the rookie out of Kentucky. Tijon. Oh, Tijon got a little trouble. Charlotte bring out their summer league team. Oh no, Miles Bridges is still out there. I guess Miles Bridges got to Miles Bridges is only out there for punishment. Don't think Miles Bridges is out there to orchestrate the offense. Miles Bridges is out there for punishment. Charles Lee is punishing Miles Bridges by leaving the man in garbage time. Miles Bridges finally hit double digits. He got 10 points along with Brandon Miller. So Brandon Miller's done for the night. So he's stuck at 10. Look at Miles Bridges. That's 12 for Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges is still on the court. Here goes Dillingham. Uh-oh. He's taking on rookie. That's a foul. Foul on Miles Bridges. Yeah, that's a foul. See, that's the fouls that are fouls. Yes, Miles Bridges did actually foul. And this was the same action coming from Minnesota early on, but the referee put they Stevie Wonder glasses on. Ooh, Nazi again with a 3. So Nazi is the top point getter for Minnesota. It looks like the top point getter for the game because he just passed Anthony Edwards. It's going to be a foul. Trey Mann will go to the line to shoot 2. 102.75. I mean, this is really a butt kicking. I didn't expect Minnesota to come out of their shell tonight and put this kind of smackdown demonstration on the Charlotte Hornets. So I don't think our post-game show going to be too long after this. I don't think nobody wants to hear anything about this game. And I don't blame you. So we're just watching Charlotte Hornets bleed out. 102.75. Dillingham is on the court. Nas for another 3, and he gets it. Nas is 5 for 5 from 3-pointers. And there's nothing the Charlotte Hornets can do about it. Trey Mann to the rack. So I guess they're going to take Nas out the game. They probably take Miles Bridges out the game. And we're going to see the G League of the Charlotte Hornets up here in the Twin City. So another disappointing performance from the Charlotte Hornets, despite the difficulties they had to overcome and the roadblocks that stood in their way since tip-off. So this is one of those games that Vegas was determined not to lose. Because I'm quite sure when I'm seeing those odds, I know there was FanDuel odds, but FanDuel get their odds, I think, out of Vegas as well. Not too many people make their own odds. Most odds come out of Vegas because they feel that Vegas are the analytical experts. They've been doing this for years, so why move away from it, right? And those big casinos is not built because of people winning. They're built because of people losing. So shout out to everybody at Flight Sports TV tonight that came out and got a round of play-by-play on the live stream. I'm not supposed to be here. Flight just abandoned us. I was only just supposed to be here for the pregame. And Flight got the best of me tonight, but don't worry about it, Flight. I got you. I got you, Flight. You set me up tonight. T-John, no. The game is still going on, folks. It just happened to be the Summer League. Minnesota turned this into a Summer League exhibition. So that's what we got. We got players out here. I don't even know their names. I'm not going to even try to find out who they are. I just want to see what Terror Squad going to do. Terror Squad goes in recklessly. And Devin Chisel is still out there. Dante is still out there. I'm surprised. Charlotte done dumped their whole bench out there. T-John with the dunk. Okay, T-John. T-John took that to the rack pretty good. Now, just look at all these light-skinned dudes out here for Charlotte. They got, let me see, 1, 2. Miles Bridges, I'll give it to him. 3. Mark Williams, 4. They got 4 dark-skinned dudes on that whole roster. I don't know how you think you can win like that. And I'm trying to think, what is Charlotte trying to do? Because this don't look right. I don't like what I'm seeing with these guys. Some of these guys just gotta go, man.
What guys?
We need we hey, listen, we need guys that's gonna die for. When the last time you saw Charlotte Hornet player die for a ball? Light skinned niggas don't die for balls. Only one that might do it for Charlotte is Cody Martin. He's the only one that's light skinned and dumb enough, like a Pollock, would die for a ball and maybe scrape his knee or something or his elbow. And the other light skinned guys probably tell him, "How dare you do that?" Just look at this. You guys think I'm joking? I'm not joking. This is you can't win like this. Look at Minnesota bench. You don't see all them light skinned cats like that. The only light skin you catch you see in Minnesota is white.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. I think something's going on with this Charlotte team, man. I ain't gonna cry racism yet, but I'm looking kind of hard at them because this is a whole lot of.
Wait a minute. What?
I don't know if the chat agree with me. How y'all feel about this chat? If y'all still active, Charlotte Hornet got about 4 to 5 dark skinned guys, and I'm counting Miles Bridges in here.
So, what players do you want gone?
Most of them. Just pick. Of course, you're not gonna get rid of the rookie. Not right now. You know what I'm saying? I want Trey Mann to stay.
Okay.
You know, Brandon Miller, of course. And after that, shit, get to pick another litter. I think I might even dump Mark Williams.
I said that at the beginning of the year. And to clarify before Thunder say something, it ain't because he's been hurt. I just feel like, how can I put this respectfully? It's very difficult, as I like defensive players. I'm willing to admit it's very difficult for most of these guys that come in defensively sound like Mark Williams did to be a potent threat offensively. Like Anthony Davis, as good as he is, I think he's really flawed offensively. If that makes sense.
Anthony Davis not flawed.
I think he's
a 3-level scorer, purple.
I think he's
really flawed at his 3-level scorer.
When I say flawed offensively, like he's on the higher end to me. He plays the 5 now, so I can't compare him to KD. That's unfair. Who can I compare AD to? Sabonis comes to mind. Like Sabonis don't have a defensive bone in his body, but when Anthony Davis scores, he's just more impactful. If that makes sense.
Okay, so Sabonis did he lead?
Or ew.
You don't think he got no defense?
No, like the center, Houston center Sagoon. I feel like these guys are really, really talented offensively, but have no defensive backbone at all. And Mark Williams does, and Mitchell Robinson when he's healthy. Those kind of defensively sound centers will just lock them. Like they was talking about Victor, and I need people to calm down. I don't think he's hitting the rookie wall. I just think he's trying to figure out how he's going to
sophomore wall.
Yeah. I'm sorry. In his second year, he'll get there. But that was my problem. I'm like, just like Chet has to figure out, okay, how can I affect the game offensively, be consistent, and then like Chet's in the middle for me too as a offensive player. But like how people compare, I'm gonna ask you this: your boy LeBron James, right? compared to Carmelo Anthony, who's the better offensive player?
Carmelo by far.
But you will respect that LeBron is a good offensive player, right?
Yeah, but you said compared to Carmelo.
But
Compared to Carmelo Anthony, ain't too many people more skilled than him in the history of NBA.
so
Shit.
so would you disagree with me if like I by once again the bonus from an offensive standpoint, because we're speaking about offense, is more
Uh
talented
huh.
than Anthony Davis?
I don't think so. I think Anthony Davis is more talented than Sabonis offensively because Anthony Davis is score on all three levels, and he can do it consistently. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to have just like a big night. I don't
And
think Sabonis. I don't think Sabonis can score on all three levels consistently like Anthony Davis.
I'll go for that. I can see that. He's a little bit soft as tissue, as Stephen A would say. I'm not gonna add the expletives in there. But I just think it's levels to this.
Uh huh.
But because I'm tired of this argument. If Anthony Edwards is not a top 15 player, which I don't know why he's in the top 15, what does he hmm what does Devin Booker and Donovan Mitchell do better than him in your opinion?
Better than Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, Anthony
I
Edwards.
think they're. I think Donovan Mitchell and Devin Booker are more fluid in scoring than Anthony Edwards,
Okay. Who's more
especially Donovan Mitchell. Shit. Donovan Mitchell's a scoring machine.
I agree. Who's more impactful?
I think Donovan Mitchell, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So, because that's the thing that I think about between Donovan, even though they play different positions, Dex, and I want to make this clear because we're talking about the All NBA. That's why
But
I asked.
Donovan plays both, right? He plays shooting and off guard, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he
he's
plays shooting and point guard. Yeah.
yeah. So when it comes to the All NBA, we know Joel won't meet the requirements, but could you see all four of those gentlemen make it All NBA?
All four?
Yes.
No, I don't think. I don't think. I don't think Booker's making All NBA,
Why
and I
not?
don't think unless he comes on strong because he's so right now. You know what I'm saying? He's not doing nothing spectacular like of old Booker. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And and then when you got Kevin Durant, it's kind of hard, and we don't know what Bradley Beal is gonna do.
Okay.
If Bradley Beal might take some of his his shots away, so that could hurt him as well. But who else you said? Anthony
Donovan,
Edwards.
and yeah, that's why I said four.
Yeah, I think Donovan Mitchell gonna make All NBA. I think he's gonna make All NBA.
And you got Lamelo on there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So what about
Because you
Anthony?
just said it's not about positions.
Yes, it's not about
It's open. Yeah.
so
And
what about
if LaMelo keeps playing the way he's playing, yeah, you know. See, the
what
only
about
thing LaMelo have to do now, from my observation,
mm-hmm.
is play through the contact. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Once he don't pout and get all iffy
Mm-hmm.
because of contact, like he think he's getting too much contact, and he ain't supposed to be touched like that. Once he can get past that, like Jason Tatum did, LaMelo gonna be dangerous. He's gonna be unstoppable.
I'm gonna ask you this: will it be held? Because I really don't feel like the Timberwolves will be good this year. If Anthony Edwards, do you think he would miss All NBA team selection if his team is not in the top six? Somebody is backstage. I don't know if this who it is, but somebody backstage flight. If he's still here,
Can you hear me, Purple?
yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, say that again.
Somebody is backstage. I don't know if Flight is still here.
Is that Al?
I was about to
I
say
thought
that,
I
but
saw Al.
uh,
Yeah, I tried to hit him. He's gone now. Get back up here, Al.
let me see.
Get back up here,
Oh,
Alfonso.
there it is, Al. I'm sorry, Al. All right, let's see if he's still
So
there.
go ahead. What was that question again now? The
No,
game
I
is over
said
with.
okay. Let's say Anthony Edwards' team doesn't finish in the top 6 seeds, but they still make the playoffs through the play-in, right? Do you think that would be held against him to where he won't make an All NBA?
No, because it'll help him really. It really will help him because there's no big cat. So
Okay.
that's a large portion of your scoring
Mm-hmm.
and other team scouting. So now they can gang up on you because there's not really another player of big cat caliber on your team. You know what I'm saying? So that will help him if he gets to a 6 seed without big cat, even though he got Julius Randle.
Right.
So yeah,
Um,
I think he can still maintain a All
uh,
NBA.
but see, what we have to look at is because players can get hurt at any turn. Look at Pablo. I hope Pablo makes it back so he's still eligible for for the All NBA and whatever. I'm not gonna say I doubt he does. We'll just look and see. But as long as like people like Luca and Shea stay healthy and they're potent in the playoffs, then you like people that I automatically think are gonna make it. Unfortunately, LeBron. I feel like AD's gonna make it. Luca, Shea, Giannis, regardless of how bad Milwaukee is this season. I think that's everybody, and maybe Curry. Curry is a question mark for me too. For me, just because I feel like they've been waiting for Golden State to fail, and maybe they feel like, um, hey, we get to shut Draymond up, and then KD, he's not a question mark for me. I would put him on the All NBA team, but I think like this not making the playoffs or exiting out in the first round. We understand you had I believe it was an Achilles injury and stuff like that, but that was how long ago, and you still performing like you performing, even though it's a regular season award and whatever. um we'll see. That's why I asked you about Lamelo and them. And then Brunson, will Brunson make a return to the All NBA team? um I feel like Tatum's gonna make it, as long as
Oh
he.
yeah, Tatum definitely gonna make it. I think he's the number one guy right now, right? It's out of him and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I feel like there's at least 7 to 8 players that I can name, and that's why I was mentioning it to you earlier. I feel like it should go by. It's an individual award. Clearly, it's to me would have been a team game. It's kind of weird, but if I had a list of standards, it would go like, okay, if he's out, how good is this team without him? How many wins would this team get without him? If that makes sense. Then statistics, percentages, all that good stuff, and I don't know what. Oh, maybe who's good on defense or something. Even though there's an all defensive team, little stuff. I think it's inconsistent depending on the player. Oh,
Well,
and then although I don't think Ja Morant, I think his All NBA days, or I think he'll always be in contention. But I don't know. That's another question. So I got 3 questionable players: Ja, Curry, and KD.
shout out to No Panic, MIA.
What's up? What's up? What's up? I don't know if Al is still here.
No, Al dropped off. I've been looking for him. He dropped off, but he'll probably get back up here. Once he hear No Panic, you know he's coming.
Well, what going on with Charlotte?
Hey, how you
They
feeling,
stink.
Panic?
That's what's going on. They stink.
What's
Damn,
up, Panic?
already?
Yeah, man, they looking bad.
What's up?
What's
I
up?
watching these maps now. Got little Clay going crazy.
Not little Clay.
Little
Why
Clay.
he so little? You know,
Cause
that's
I mean, I still see the same Clay now. Like Clay ain't this ain't no big three, but no, he do his thing here and there. He do his thing here and there.
it's
You gonna
big.
and you keep talking about Clay, you gonna bring up Nico. Nico gonna come out of his coffin.
Oh yeah,
And
he is
that's who I
super
thought I was
double.
gonna run into. That's who I will run into because I just talk so much shit about Clay.
Yeah, it's big
Clay
Clay.
have a resurgence.
Yeah, for real.
Amen. And he's a sneaky one too. But I don't think he will make the All NBA. But that's another player that I have on my radar and
Who
stuff like.
Clay?
Yeah,
I mean, shit. The, see what the thing about Clay is Clay don't give you the points to where like he can get them awards, he can get the things that like like people vote on or writers will vote on or whatever like that. He just I
mhm.
don't know. I just don't see Clay as that type of player. Like I see him as like a catch and shoot player. He used to be a
Absolutely.
catch and shoot defensive player. Like, that's how I see him. I don't see him like a lot of people keep saying a big three or like Clay. Clay gonna make a difference, but the thing that gonna make a bigger difference on our team is like we signed Najee. We got Dinwiddie back. Like players like that to me would lift us to go past what we've been at last year, or to at least get us back to what we've been at last year.
You said
Absolutely.
you said you signed who?
Najee
Najee.
from Pelicans.
Yep. I
Oh
hope
man, Najee Marshall, stop it, man.
Yeah, we
no
got him.
Najee Martin is
No,
solid.
man, he's a crash dummy. He's just like Cody Martin, but look like Method Man doing it.
You must be see him play. He can handle the ball. He can shoot. He a defender. Like he got length. Like, listen, you gotta
But
watch him.
listen, he's like Cody Martin. He can handle the ball going one direction. That's straight. Soon as time for him to cross over, he's gonna lose the ball. The fan gonna get it.
I
That's
mean,
just disrespectful.
he might have his moments of doing that, but no, I think Najee Marshall. I think he the key to unlocking our offense and defense. Like I
Wow, you
said,
got a lot of hope in Najee, a
ain't
journeyman.
really so much a hope as the fact that like when I look at the Mavs, we really only got two ball handlers, and then we
Uh
got
huh.
Dunwoody back. He's a ball handler off the
Okay,
bench,
you got
and
what's your
Marshall the
name?
playmaker.
You got Luca, right? And you got Kyrie, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you said two ball handlers.
I know. So who else coming off the bench besides Najee that can handle the ball?
Dunwoody,
Dinwiddie, there you go. Dinwiddie.
and you got
He's okay.
Smith.
Dinwiddie's okay. He's not nothing to brag about.
Yeah, see,
As
that's
far as
why I'm
ball,
saying like a lot of the
yeah,
players that we signed, I like the players and how they fit because it's just a fit about it. We ain't asking Najee Marshall to be some third star
right,
or
right,
some, we just
yeah.
asking them, hey, listen, handle the
Just
ball,
Play.
play some
maintain. Yeah,
defense.
maintain.
Yeah, his
Exactly.
role.
So we got
He has a specific role.
and Clay, like I say, like Clay gonna do his thing. Like Clay gonna have them games where he's just going some heaters. Like he's gonna be wetting them shit. Like he gonna have those games. Them the game. We need games like that from a third player. Like what PJ Washington been giving us, like that street and everything like that. Like in the playoffs, I should say. In the playoffs, like he was giving us like 25 points in the game, or he giving us 30 points in the game. It's like that's it cool, but when
It's not.
Clay go off, that shit demoralizing.
Yeah, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, like when Clay get hard, he like it, man. Listen, we gotta change our whole defense around for this shit, yeah. Like we
Right.
already got to worry about Kyrie and
So what
Luca.
Kyrie working on?
You mean
What Kyrie waiting on?
you mean what you waiting on?
Yeah, he waiting
He
on
had
to have the
35 the
season
other
go by.
night. He
Huh?
had 35 the other night.
Yeah, but that's his first breakout game.
I mean, but he only was 5, 6, 7 games into the season.
Okay, all right.
Mind you,
I'm
now we
gonna
still
ask
got to
you.
acclimate our new players into what we doing now, so we can't just be like, okay, well, like you got to make the team feel comfortable to be itself. Like how
With the new
PJ and
players.
Thingman last year, they had to get comfortable on the team with Luca and Kyrie. Because when you're on a team with superstars, like you gonna feel like, well, I don't want to take no shot because he like that's them boy. Like you feel almost like too small to make a player do anything
Yeah.
offensively when you got those two players with you. But as the season going on, like PJ started being like, man, listen, them boy use me like that. Like I ain't one of them at the end of the day. Like maybe not as efficient or as much points or whatever, but shit, the role he played been big for us.
So what about PJ this year?
I mean, he's still early. Like what Jason Kidd doing right now, like that's how Jason Kidd go. I mean, I can just say Jason Kidd. That's how most coaches go when they get a lot of new players, or they just got like they just make one play. I mean, one move for one player. Like you got to kind of run a bunch of different rotations out there throughout the season until you really understand. Okay, this rotation worked good with this, or whatever. So by the time you get to the playoffs, you understand every situation calls for a different lineup. So right now, like we ain't gonna we like if we get to run into where like by All-Star break we #1 seed in the West, that's cool. But I don't expect us to be no more than the 4th or 3rd seed, to be honest, because we still gonna
Okay.
be figuring shit out.
Okay. So who's the 2 teams in front of you, or 3 teams? Because you said
Um,
what?
as far as regular season,
Uh
I'll
huh.
say like teams that get up to them fast starts that they just stack W's.
OKC.
Like yeah, OKC, like Minnesota, like they gonna just stack a bunch of W's and have them high regular season records because they're younger teams.
Okay.
They just out there hooping. But then when you get to the playoff, like I said, like with the Heats don't gotta be in the top 2 or 3 seeds in the East to be a threat
Absolutely.
in the playoffs because there's an older team, more mature team. Like they understand who it is and they play the game. But these younger teams, like all they gonna do is run all season. Let them run.
I'm gonna ask you what I asked Dex about the All NBA. Do you see Anthony Edwards, Lamelo Ball, Devin Booker, and Donovan Mitchell making the All NBA teams rather?
I can see Melo making second. They got a second All NBA in it.
No, it's 3 teams, so it's 15 players,
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, so they just doing 15 players straight up. They
and
ain't doing like
it's positionless. So keep that in
positionless.
mind.
Oh, that right there kind of crazy. Um, damn. Because I can see Melo being like second, third team. I can see it, but if they
Right. Yep.
positionless, it's like I know they can try to throw a lot of bigs in there. So like
Hmm.
You
I
know
can
what's gonna
see
hurt Lamelo?
what a
The record. They got to get some wins
yeah,
together.
I
yeah.
don't.
He
Ooh.
got to play a full season. That's first. I think if
I
they a
think he's
bad
good. I
team,
think he's good this season.
oh so
Just
like I
they got to
say,
win because you
if
could
he
tell he's
average
healthy.
Remember, Panic. You have to think about not honorary, the automatic shoe-ins. As long as they meet
mm,
the 65 game requirements, which we
mm,
know Embiid will not. You got
right.
to think about the guys that's automatic.
Yeah, see that's yeah. I
I
feel
don't
like
think.
if
I,
Ant get first team, Lamelo for sure should get third team at least. Even if ain't third team, just one of the 15. Ant if Ant get that much votes to be like one of the top 5 votes in that jump, like I
What?
think Lamelo should get it. Should get at least third team. If they just still do 3 teams.
You know what's gonna tick me off if Damian Lillard make any team.
Yeah, them boy 1-6 so far now. Cause I know
It ain't
Giannis
even
gonna
about
make them.
it ain't even about that current record. It's like what I felt like with LeBron James last year. Yeah, he did his thing. The way people try to play on Anthony Davis head top and whatever, like Sabonis deserved to make an All NBA team last year, and because LeBron, players get
Yeah.
moved out, and that's my biggest concern. Like when I think about, I'm not gonna be mad if like Curry made it over Lamelo, but
Mm,
it's just like I get tired of that. Like,
yeah. As it's voter fatigue because it's like I know
mhm,
like Curry this year.
he's
I
hurt.
don't yeah, I don't see him having an impactful year. I see him having one of those years where like either he could be hurt most of the year. Like remember that year that they just shut him down? He had like I forget what he been like something
Mhm.
something been an injury, but it ain't been nothing that should hold him out the rest of the season.
Yeah,
And they kind of like
when
shut him down.
Trey and Clay got hurt.
Right,
Trey,
yeah, yeah, exactly. And
yeah,
then like they had that high draft pick. It's
right.
like at this point, I mean the Warriors is holding on to Curry to stay relevant. So I don't expect them to be doing much. So it's like if he still make a team, then why LaMelo can't make a team based off of like having a bad record? Because I don't think the Warriors
Right.
gonna be that much better than the Hornets. Or that
Me
yeah,
either.
I just don't think they'd be that
I
much
see them
better.
getting like 30 some wins,
Yeah.
maybe 35 wins at the most.
No 11, 12 seed battle. But other than that, like I don't see them doing too much.
And
Charlotte just in the East, so they might
any
have to
respect
fight
for
round
Trey,
11.
any respect for Trey Young, Dex, and No Panic making the All NBA? Do
I
y'all
feel
think?
like they ain't gonna have no choice but to. They ain't got no choice but to. As Long as he give you a steady numbers, he been giving you the like any other year that he get put on the team. He a younger player. Like they gonna give him them. I think the
Trey,
NBA know what they
Trey better
doing.
average 30. That's the only way he gonna make it all NBA.
But
Yeah, but
Dex,
that's what he gonna do though, because he in Atlanta right now. Ain't nobody in Atlanta with him. They already traded DeJounte last year. Well, over the summer rather. So like he the only one there. He ain't got nothing to do but put up buckets.
yeah, but see, and this is what I was talking about the judgment. Okay, fine. Trae Young is not a winning player. We get it by now. I wish people would stop saying that.
Right.
But that don't mean that, like, I understand that it's nobody there, but it's like people get judged differently. Like he's putting up the points. He should get some kind of award. Like y'all not giving him anything.
Who, Trey?
Yeah.
He just inconsistent. Like it's
No,
like
I mean Trey. Listen, we already know that Trey can put up 25 and 10, right?
Right.
Okay, so if you didn't make an All NBA team with that kind of numbers, then the only way you're gonna make it is either through injury or you got to put up at least 30. You go 30 and 9 or 30 and 8. I think he could be an All NBA player.
But
I don't even think he
see,
got to put up 30. He can put up like 26, 27 around that. He got to
No,
reach the
that's
whole
not
30.
enough.
but
There's too
that,
many players putting up that already.
Yeah,
right.
but
That's
then you
already
got to think about it.
solidified.
You got
Like,
like if Trae Young win 30 games with Atlanta this season, he putting up
right.
25 and 10. He gonna be first. He not first. But he gonna be in the All NBA team. You gotta
That's
think
gonna be a
about it.
tough
Like
call.
And this
these
is what I was
writers.
talking about winning though. If
Yeah,
he
that's gonna be a tough
got
call for Trey.
30 teams, like a 30-win team. But like I said, if Steph gets to make it, and I feel like they're gonna get 35 wins, I think it needs to be a consistent thing. Like we need as fans, because we can't vote, we need the criteria, and the criteria needs to stay consistent for everybody. So if it's that you have to win, and if like Victor,
But some teams are more talented than other teams.
absolutely, which is why I feel that the stuff ain't consistent. Because I also forgot about Victor Wembanyama making a team. Like that's a big question mark to me.
Yeah, make him last year.
Yeah,
And see that's the thing I say. And the Spurs been bad. So it's like the
he didn't make
regular
All
season
NBA. He
matter.
made All Defensive Team, right?
Like who been the defensive player of the year?
I know
Rudy,
he made one of them teams.
He made All Defensive Team.
all
Yeah,
defensive team.
Yeah,
yeah,
you
but
can't. It was hard for you to put him in All NBA because his numbers wasn't there. Plus, they was losing. They
Yeah.
sucked.
But you got to think about these writers understand they vote count towards contracts. So it gonna be players that some writers just okay, yeah, Damian
I
Lillard,
told
like
him
that's
that
my guy,
earlier.
like
Yep. Yeah, I told him that early in the stream. They're gonna be biased. They're gonna
yeah.
hold their vote. They did
Think
Klay
about it
Thompson like
now.
that.
I'm telling you, Dex, if Damian Lillard makes the All NBA team,
He
then
probably
he's
will.
going to go slack off because it ain't no way.
Cause think about how there isn't a criteria for any of the awards if you really think about it. Cause remember when Russell Westbrook won the MVP and he come back the next year and with that triple double again, MVP, and then a third year in a row with a triple double and he didn't get an MVP. It's like wouldn't you give him the award because the first initial triple double he averaged? Y'all give him MVP. He did him
Because he broke
again. Y'all give him MVP. He should get it the third year if he triple double a third year.
right.
But the criteria say, oh, well, nah, we getting fatigued of that. Like with Jordan and like, no matter what anybody wants to say about LeBron, LeBron supposed to have more MVPs than he got right now, based
Mm,
on what he do season in season out. But you can't just give LeBron the MVP every single year. It wouldn't make no sense. Just like
Can't
with
give Shaq the
Jordan,
MVP every
Jordan
year
could
either.
have more, but you can't just give him more just because he the best every. You got to make it. What's the word I'm looking for? It got to be like some type of drama, some type of like if I know like when Warriors I get KD,
Sensation.
KD been going win the championship that year. The the element of being like excited for the season ain't completely disappear because if you competitive, you gonna want that challenge. But it's like, bro, we know the Warriors winning this shit. Like, why are we even here?
right. I agree with you. Barring injury, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's my only problem. I feel like it should be like I hope, which I don't see Charles Barkley doing, But how Charles Barkley kind of campaigned for Shea, um, he made that. I forgot what year it was, but I remember he campaigned for him to be a starter on the All-Star team, and I
Mm,
think it was Shaq or Kenny. They said, well, he in a smaller market and so on and so forth. He ended up making the team, but he didn't make it as a starter. However, and I'm not saying he did not deserve it. They put him on the All NBA team, but I forgot which team he was on. He might have been on the third team, I feel like. I feel like that I forgot that year, but I remember Charles sitting up there like, oh, Shay, 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 Shay. Kept talking about him and whatever.
yeah, but that's what they do. Because I remember a couple of years ago. Remember, nobody ever had Dame Lillard in any type of MVP talks ever. No matter how much he been going on. And when
Right,
Stephen A. come out and been like, this brother need more love, blah 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 blah. Then over the course of the next month, it's like, oh, he in the MVP race. It's all about narrative. It's all about the story. Like, it's like, who got the MVP ain't about the best player all the time. Most of the time, it's about who got the best story. If you can't find a better story than what Jokic doing, give him the Jokic. That's how that shit really go.
right. I agree. Because they was mentioning that with Jokic, was like, well, since Embiid is out, the MVP, because they felt like, you know, Embiid would have won it if he were healthy, and stuff
Mm,
like that. And it's just like I just want it to be fair. Because if Curry, LaMelo, and Trey Young all have losing records, I bet not see and Anthony Edwards has a losing well, however you want to put it. He gets knocked out. I don't want to hear, oh, but because he went to the first round in the playoffs, he needs to make it. Because once again, not LaMelo, LaMelo's not even in that conversation. People are saying Anthony Edwards ain't a top 15 player. Cool, I agree. But they're not then comparing him to Booker and Mitchell. And then it's a lot of hesitancy about Booker being a top 15 player.
mm,
And then out of vindictiveness, they'll be like, "Oh, KD." Like I don't. If LeBron can still be in the top 10, KD can still be in the top 15. I don't care what nobody says.
yeah.
Semantics.
Yes, like I said, like they gonna have a couple of holdovers that they always gonna be grandfathered in, like a LeBron,
Yep.
players like that. Like if you look at like that's how much the media kind of push the narrative is like. Would you say over the course of two careers, Klay Thompson and Kyrie Irving, who would you look at and say is the better player? Like take
Kyrie.
awards out of it, take teammates out of it. Who would you look at and say is the better player?
Kyrie.
But if the media want to, they can have you believe that Clay ranks higher on the list than Kyrie. Not taking
Absolutely.
nothing away from Clay, but Clay's story ain't I carried a team. I was this.
Yeah.
I was
Right.
the one or the two on the team. Clay's story gonna be I was a key in the cog. Know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like not taking nothing away from him, not taking nothing away from Draymond, but all in played a role. All in play a role in the offense that they've been playing in and winning them games.
The
I
system.
ain't saying his role small, but I don't look at who Clay is as a player through his career and put him in the same comparison as players who actually was dependent on to go get a bucket. Like
Right.
I ain't gonna put him on the same level as a Kyrie or a Dame. I'll put him in that tier of like
CJ
and the,
McCollum. Uh,
yeah, something like that. Like players that like they can go to a team and as long as they just the third best player or the third most active player on the roster, oh they good
Jimmy
with that.
Butler. People like Jimmy Butler and stuff
Yeah,
like
like I just don't see Clay going to a team like even with Jimmy Butler. People will say, "Oh, yeah, Jimmy Butler be dragging teams to the playoffs," which is true to a certain extent. But you got to remember, like they a defensive team,
yeah.
so it's like that's his help. He don't got the offensive stars like Clay had, as far as Clay having Steph and then facilitator like Draymond and then Katie at some points. He don't got the scores. He got the defenders. They might not have big names, but they
Right.
can defend. They'll keep you under 100 points, and most teams in the NBA, regardless of the talent, can get you over 100 points. So
Right. Right.
at the end of the day, it's like yeah, like he in that tier there. Like, it's not a bad tier, but it's like when
Right.
Jimmy Butler retire, he gonna be in the Hall of Fame. But 20
Absolutely.
years from now, ain't nobody gonna be like, oh yeah, well, one of the greatest players ever. Da, da, da. Like he ain't
Right.
gonna be one of those things.
And that's my problem with the Curry thing about the generational thing. Fine, he don't have to be generational, but it's like people will say, "Oh, the amount of threes that teams were taking, it was going up year by year." I forgot which year they mentioned. Okay, that's awesome. That's a fact. But as far as individually, it can go up for the team. But how these players are sitting up here shooting 10 to 12 threes a game, that's literally because of Curry. Like
Yeah.
when people say, and I don't say it, it was just something I was thinking. I was like, Curry don't do nothing but shoot threes. And then I was like, wait a minute. And I've watched Warriors games and I said, nah, I don't feel right about that. Curry do go to the free throw line. Curry do make layups and mid-range shots. So when I went, it's not like more than his three-point shot. Like the attempts aren't more. But I was like, okay, yeah, he do. It's just like Lamelo. The vast majority of his shots come from the three-point line. That ain't got,
Yeah, no, when I see Curry, like it's like what like Curry do shoot a lot of threes. Like you can kind of see his game as the three ball. Like what
right,
he do is he use the advantage of, oh yeah, they gonna have to pick me up from out here. They scared for me to shoot, so I'm always have them on my hip.
right.
He athletic and fast enough to get by a lot of players who won't play him on the hip. And they scared, like when you playing Curry, like it's a fair factor with playing him. Like you don't
Absolutely.
want him to you don't want him with no space to pull that three. You don't even want him to touch the ball. And on top of it, you got to chase him around the entire game. You
Yeah.
gonna be gassed trying to play him at the 3-point line. He gonna blow past you, and he get his float game on. He understand the game and how to play the game. So when I look at Curry, and this ain't not to take away from Curry, but I wouldn't knock somebody for saying all Curry is a 3-point shooter. I mean,
Yep.
it's not that that's all he is, but it's
And
like
it's and
if
it
you
hurts
take
to
that part
say.
of his game away, he can't be the player that he is.
Right. And that hurts me to say because I recognize, yeah, all he is a three-point shooter, but this three-point shooter, along with Clay and Dre, shout out to them, and Kurt and Mark Jackson,
Key in the
he's
cause.
been to the finals, and we have never, at
Mm,
least I have never seen just a guy. If we want to call Curry limited here right now, fine. I'm gonna use the word limited. As limited as Curry in as far as his diversity in his game, like scoring from different levels. I've never seen anybody like that be able to be as impactful as he is throughout the regular season and in the playoffs and win a ring. Have I seen role players be kind of impactful in that way? Yes, but not a star player just playing that way. Because a lot of people forget you've always seen guys shoot threes. It just that
mm,
they were not the stars of the team
yeah.
or how the
Them in the
game was
role.
at that time. They were role players.
Yeah.
So Curry playing because I feel like he's been playing for 15 years, maybe. I know
Mm,
he's been playing longer than 12. So I'm gonna say like
oh
12.
yeah, he about 15 in, 15, 16 in.
And I'm like, prior to Curry, yes, we seen, but it was in role player. Ray Allen was an older guy, role player. Michael Redd, very briefly, role player. Like, shit, I was about to lie and say Vince Carter. Let me not be disrespectful.
I
Guys,
mean, said Vince ain't been nothing but a score to me. Like, I mean,
yeah,
if somebody
absolutely.
would call him a role player, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Yeah, I mean, no, because I was just thinking about like three pointers.
Oh,
That
right,
Heat
right, right.
team, Shane back, but I went back and looked and didn't realize. I was like, I don't know why I thought they was shooting well from three, but that Miami team with LeBron, Bosh, and Wade, they had Shane Battier. What was the other? I think they had the other. His
I
name
know
was
as a white boy, I forget his name. They
They
had
had
Batty.
Birdman, but Birdman wasn't good at threes.
But
That I
no, it's the other one. Mike Miller.
Yeah,
Mike
Mike
Miller.
Miller
Yeah.
is who I'm thinking about. We have to understand Mike Miller, Kyle Korver, Kurt Heinrich. We seen guys shoot the three like Curry is shooting the three. It was just that they
Hmm.
were role players.
Yeah.
The fact that Curry's, like I said, that's why I'm like, that's kind of disingenuous not to call Curry generational. Because yes, we seen something but even with LeBron, his athleticism, his archetype, well, his body type, excuse me, was generational. The way he played it, I just think the way Curry has played and the impact he has made as far as winning and getting to the finals and stuff like that is not just very impactful, but generational. And I think it's disingenuous to say that Curry is not a generational talent. Like, regardless, like with Reed Shepard, the guy this year, I keep telling everybody, I said, everybody that y'all keep saying, oh, they can shoot it like Curry, y'all are setting these guys up to fail. As soon as we recognize that what the work that Curry has put in and stuff like that and everything else, it's just a generational skill that he's mastered. I don't think we'll see anybody once Curry sits down and hangs up his cleats, his shoes. I don't think we'll ever see anybody ever be that impactful to where, as far as from three, like Curry and Clay, let's be respectful, were and get NBA championships. Like, I don't think you'll ever see that. A lot of
Yeah,
teams.
because most players doing that now. Like in all respect to Curry, you got players that shoot better percentage from three than Curry, but they don't talk about it because it don't look like how Curry do it, and Curry been doing it first. How you say Curry did that as a star player on the team, and then he won a championship. But when you look out here like shit, like Lonzo Ball was shooting 41% from the corner before he get injured a couple of years ago.
Before he
So
got hurt.
shooting. Yeah, like a lot of players, like shit. What your boy name was who had played for Miami? Who yeah, sit him the next season because he went
Hero,
down.
you
Not
talking
Hero,
about?
the other one.
I know who you talking about. Gabe Vincent.
No, not her mom. It's the white
Gabe,
boy, Duncan Robinson.
yeah, Duncan.
Duncan.
No panic. You went out, and I don't know if you still hear that.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, like he was. If you put the ball in Duncan Robinson's hand and say, "Go do what Curry do," he can't do exactly what Curry do. But
Right.
if you telling him, "Hey, just stand right there, catch and shoot," he can shoot it better than Curry. He shoot it better on a catch and shoot than Curry. So when I
Right.
look at like the three ball with Curry, I think it's more so of the boldness of his three and actually hitting them shit that changed the game. Like if Curry had come out there and start mussing all them deep shit, because when Curry first come in the league, he been wet and shit. He been a shooter, but he just keep getting hurt.
Yeah, even in
And
college.
he been playing in a system that I feel like didn't fit him. Like they been asking him to do kind of the same thing, but not really all that motioning around. Like that been the NBA when he been with Monte Ellis and shit. Monte Ellis been ball dominant for his size and whatnot. Like they damn near almost trade Curry.
Right. I mean, that's why I said because they were talking about they weren't mentioning Curry, but they will. I just feel like I said, once Curry sit down and hang it up and say his goodbyes, I think a lot of analytics clearly was already here. It's just a lot more emphasis more than ever has been put on it. But I think you'll start to see teams turn away from guys because once again, when you go back and look at a lot of these guys coming out of college, a lot of their game is not predicated from the outside. A lot of them are close to the basket or in the at the elbow or in the mid-range somewhere. Then they get to college. Some of them get better at the three, some of them don't. And they get to the NBA and then they're like, oh, the 3 points. You take guys once again like Reed Shepard that are role players. I will keep stressing this. Duncan Robinson is a role player. Y'all are taking what teams have been doing historically for years. I'm gonna say since the 90s, because that's kind of the late 90s, early 2000s, where those guys were role players. Y'all are trying to make these guys superstar players or star players, and that's not how it works. These guys are role players. Like Trae Young, depending on who you talk to, some people will say he's a superstar, but that's the problem. Because I remember I said people are setting Trae Young up to fail. Oh, Curry. And look what they do to him now. He's gradually over, I think the last 3 seasons, decreased his 3-point attempts, started driving more into the paint. Yes, he is ball dominant, and I do understand that. But it's like what does he need to do to win the people over. Yes, I know he needs to be a winning player, but he's literally finally said, "Okay, let me decrease my attempts from 3-point line. From the 3-point line, let me start becoming more efficient and less sporadic." Then you like with on the flip side with Anthony Edwards. Oh, he needs to shoot the three better, but he's not he's not shooting from everywhere else better as of right now. His percentages are shaky and definitely from the free throw line. But I'm looking and I'm like, y'all are taking a Curry master skill that most role players had 20 something years ago. They just weren't star players, and y'all are putting it on guys that are stars and like, oh, they need to do this. I was like, it's so frustrating. Oh God.
Yeah, like I say, like when I look at basketball, it's like I just see people for who they is, like see people for the role that they is. When I see Curry, I respect Curry game. I ain't got nothing against Curry. I don't even gonna say nothing back because I know Curry got a lot of defenders. People gonna defend him or whatever.
Right.
But when I look at basketball, bro, I don't. When I see Curry and I stand him next to like Kyrie, and this ain't just because I a fan of Kyrie game or nothing like that. I just don't see it. I don't see a comparison. But when you put them into a league and you add writers and you add all these narratives and you add awards and you add, it's like that's when it becomes like, yeah, well, it's kind of convoluted. We don't know who the better basketball player is. But real hoopers know, like, if you go on the court, like you would you like I always use this genre here when I talk about Kyrie and Curry. It's like the take what they do best. Kyrie with the three, and what you think what you think Kyrie best trade is?
Being able, because I do know he's quite small, not quite small, that's kind of disrespectful, but per NBA centers, he's small.
Yeah.
So how he maneuvers through space, in tight windows, to get off his shot. Honestly, basically his dribble package. But I think his dribble package leads to him being the PG version here of late. Because I don't remember at the beginning of his career, I do remember he was hurt. So I'm not gonna lie and say like he was inefficient, but it's causing him to be like KD in terms of efficiency. He's very efficient.
So if I take because when I look at Kyrie, it's like it's different parts of his offensive game.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, defensively, him and Curry, they kind of cancel each other out. If you really want to be real, they kind of cancel each other out
Absolutely.
defensively. But offensively, it's like when I see Kyrie is like, okay, cool. He got the dribble package.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. He good at creating space.
Yep.
Cool. He good at getting angles off the board when he take the shot in. Layups. He can shoot the mid range. He shoot about 40% from three. As he shoot as good percentage, if not better. I can't remember career wise than Steph Curry. So it's like it's different parts of this game that if you take one part away, like, okay, let's take his dribble package away. He still can create space. He still can finish with the best of him. He still can shoot the mid
Yep.
range. He still
Yep.
can shoot the three. But with Kyrie's like you take the three, well, he might can't get to the basket because Kyrie ain't really a shifty player to the point where it's like not
Right.
shifty. Let me not use that word. He ain't one of those players that can blow by you. His blow by may come off of okay, like you fearing that shot, so you trying to get your ass over there. He just going. Like I don't think his game, if you take the totality of Curry game and you put it on the table or you put it on the plate next to a plate of Kyrie or shit, even to a certain extent, damn, who got a bag that ain't really a star in the league?
Like Kyrie, because he kind of is a bar above none.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like if I because Curry got a bag. I ain't saying he ain't got a bag. Like he got his little float game together, and as
Right.
much as I want to say his three ballers will make his game even go anywhere, shit, he still got the three balls. So it's like he got a bag. It's just
I think Kyrie, he stands out for a lot of other guys can dribble, but it's nobody that I feel like can dribble but have the effectiveness because that's a key thing of Kyrie.
Kyrie. I feel like when he comes does, I feel like when it's handling, it's not so much of him being like razzle dazzle, nothing like that. It's
Right.
like everything's so sequential with him. it's like he moved with intention. Like his moves don't be like, okay, I'm gonna cross over here and I'm gonna try to get you. It's like, okay, I'm going over here, but if you do this, I already know I'm gonna do this. Because if you do that, then
Right.
I'm gonna do this. It's like everything is practice things. So where it's like it's not just like he going out there and like he's just like, okay, I'm gonna do this dribble package. Like
Yeah.
no, he like everything is like intentional what he do. So when I look at his game, it's like
Because I'm really
offensively, I see perfection. Like I like, and I don't know, bro. So I
exactly.
know ain't nobody perfect, but when I offensively, I see perfection.
Yeah, that's why I said KD. He's a guard version of KD.
Exactly. And the reason why I put Kyrie over KD in the sense of like how difficult it is because he's smaller. Like the
Yep.
same way, like Kevin Durant just pull up on anybody with the three ball or
Mhm.
with the middle range or whatever. Kyrie got to work much harder to get that space to do that.
And and speaking of Kevin, you, I always say this when it came to LeBron James. I said, with LeBron, you had guys that were athletic enough to guard him, but they were not strong enough. And then the guys
Right.
that were strong enough were not fast enough. With
Hmm.
KD, with his athleticism and the little dribble package that he did have, you had by the time KD, well, not initially when KD came, you did have guys athletic enough to guard him. And I think it's always not been a secret in a thing to get physical with him. But I just think pause the stroke of his shot and stuff like that,
Hmm.
and how he was just able to get off even with guys being bigger than, well, nobody was kind of bigger than him per se, because the guys that were bigger could not guard him and
Yeah.
whatever. But just how he got, like, when the first thing I heard about Chet, and especially Wimby, and I believe it was, they might have been talking about Jalen Williams from OKC. I don't know who it was, but they was like, "You KD is in his 30s, 35." They was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, we finally got somebody to guard KD now," and it just made me laugh because I was
Yeah,
really
because he's like, this nigga on his way out and y'all still trying to find
like,
somebody?
right, really, like really, like, oh, he's this 7 footer, 6'10", whatever what it's a different height every day for
Uh,
KD. And it's just like, really, like, this is what this man, and as long as he's still active and being impactful, I definitely understand. But I always say, really, like, something can be true, but really,
yeah, like when come to KD, one of them players was like, you ain't stopping him. The only thing stopping him is if he have an off night. Like, there's a few players in the league like that. Like, that's a MB, that's a KD, that's a Kyrie, that's a Luca. Like players like that, you ain't stopping them. They gotta actually have a bad game for anything to.
right, to go
So it's
wrong.
like
Yeah,
I
that's
know it's like KD don't get enough respect, and that's because of narrative. Like I say, like we can talk all day about like different players and all that. Like might take about Kyrie being a better ball player, like not accolade wise or whatever like that. Just if
mhm,
you take them on the court and you take their best attribute away from them, boy, who would they be as a player? The answer always gonna be like, oh yeah, Kyrie way better if you saying it like that. But at the same time, it's like narratives and shit like that push arguments to where you got people that believe like, oh no, Kyrie handled just as good as Kyrie handled what it's like
yeah, I agree.
got cut out, but Kyrie handle is more so like not saying that the average person can dribble like Curry, because I ain't saying that they can, but it's like it's easier to duplicate what he do offensively with the ball in his hand than it is to do what Kyrie do. Because what Kyrie
Right.
do, like I said, every move is intentional, and then at the end of the day, like he played three. He's a true three-level scorer.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
at the point guard position, a true only
Yep.
other person that the closest person to being a three-level scorer in the league is players like Ant and Ja. But Ja can't shoot the three, and there's mid
Mhm.
range in there yet. And Ant inconsistent with the three, but he's knocking them down, and there's mid range kind of getting there,
Right.
but he can finish. Other than that, like you ain't finding no other player that size, or even at the guard position that play from three from the top on down.
Right. Yeah, for that size. That's what I said. to like it's just stuff that I look at, and Booker's interested. And I remember like thinking like last week, and I said, you know what, Booker. When I look at Booker, to me, Booker don't stand out because we have to remember, if I'm thinking correctly, he played on that national championship team with
Mm-hmm.
Davis. And I said, you know what? Booker gives me, now that I look at him, he's very talented. He's gotten better over the years. But
Mm-hmm.
he gives me, especially with Katie and Bill now, oh, well, he resorts to me too many times of trying to prove that people that feel like he's not a top 15 player, oh, let
Mm-hmm.
me go out and show them, instead of just like, man, they already feel a particular type of way because I played on this loaded team in college. Then I came to the pros and people was like, oh, I'm not going to be good. I'm going to be out in a couple of years. I'm going to be a third option, second option type of guy. I think he inserts himself too many times into being one of the best, which is why people tend to not want to rank him top 15. And when they do, they're being disingenuous to somebody. And I'm not talking about Anthony Edwards per se, but it's just being disingenuous, because when I look at it, Donovan Mitchell, I was thinking about this last week and I said, okay, since Donovan Mitchell and Devin Booker have been in the league, I said, who has done more? Not more or less, just who's done more, who's looked better. And I had to think about the teams. And I was like, well, Donovan Mitchell did have players, better than Booker. Booker kind of didn't get a good team per se until he got what you want to say, like Katie, to be fair.
Who,
But then
Booker?
he got depleted regardless of the growth. I would say that Mikal Bridges didn't show too much growth in Phoenix, to me personally, from a defense. Because my question with him was, why wasn't he, even if he was just gonna be a 3-and-D guy, why was he not involved in the offense more? They seem to want to cater the offense to Cameron Payne, Lord Jesus, what's his name? Cameron Johnson. And that was
Okay.
always like, and then he got it in Brooklyn, and I was just like, I don't think he's gonna sustain that. So I understand by far, even right now to this day, Donovan Mitchell has always had better teams, better players.
Mm-hmm.
You coaches is an opinion, but then Devin Booker. But when I put these guys around talent, who is able to elevate their team better? And unfortunately, it's Donovan Mitchell for me. Because right now, KD, Booker has the better players, in regardless of what we feel about Bill and KD, they're better than Evan Mobley and Jared Allen and Darius Garland. But he's proceeded to do more with less now that he's in Cleveland, if that makes sense. Even though Mobley is getting better, even though I feel like Allen is who he is as a player at this point, Mitchell has always had more talent around him from the beginning. I feel like that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, like when I look at Devin Booker, I put him in the same group where I look at Devin Booker, Zach LaVine, Donovan Mitchell. These players that they giving you this, they give you superstar vibes as far as like them scoring. Like Devin Booker scored 70 in the game. I think Donovan Mitchell scored like 70 in the game. Like
Mm-hmm.
they give you these vibes of, oh, they be scoring, or they exciting, or they explosive. But in all reality, is like they just like Zach Levine is like that don't mean nothing. They don't push a needle. They can't be
Right.
the second best on the team, or like the third best on the team is what they should be. But when I say the third best, I know that sounds simplistic or whatever, but it's like when you look at the Warriors, everything had to fit. Kyrie, we see him without Kyrie, we see him without Clay and without Clay and
Mm,
Draymond. He couldn't carry the team. They've been in the lottery. We
right.
know Clay ain't carrying no team.
Right.
Draymond, you put him on a team with a bunch of players that like you take Curry and clear up the team. Draymond wouldn't even be in the NBA this long. Like he'll be one of them players that come off the bench, do a little dirty work, go back on the bench.
Right.
Because nobody would have seen that vision if he has two shooters around him.
Right.
Like Kyrie ain't never really been a dominant ball handler because he ran everything through Draymond. So when I look at Booker, I look at it like, damn, before Chris Paul get there, Phoenix only been winning like fucking 20 games,
Right.
if that.
Right.
Then when Chris Paul get there, you get a steady point guard. He can duel as a number one option as far as a passer, and he can do like to me. Chris Paul is a mini LeBron. He LeBron
Yep.
without the athleticism.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep.
So when I see him play with Booker, it's like, oh yeah, you got your LeBron and Chris Paul, you got your shooter and your dog, your sycamore or whatever like that, like a Kyrie for LeBron. You got that in Booker. You got the 3-and-D defender on the side, that's a J.R. Smith. You got which when he be a better defender than J.R. Smith than when J.R. Smith been with LeBron and I would say a better shooter, about the same or whatever. You had Cam Johnson who was shooting down there 40%, if not 40% for them. You had a number one overall pick as a glass cleaner. So it's
Mm.
like everything fit to what Booker could have looked like the assumable number two option, which he was a number two option, but he can be that he can be in that role and they look good. And then they get to the finals, like, well, who did they really have to beat to get to the finals? You know what I mean? And then when Chris Paul game kind of fall off a bit, and you start seeing, okay, we got to put more on Booker. Booker couldn't lead the team because
Mhm.
the coach had problems with
Aiden.
Aiton. You
Yep.
supposed to be the leader.
You cut out, no panic.
Yeah, all them fall in the same category to me.
Yeah. You didn't hear me that you had cut out.
Oh yeah. Well, I been saying down Booker, Levine, Mitchell, and Paul George. I hate Paul George. And to me, they all the same players. Like they ain't they can look like a number two on most nights, but they're really a number three. If you force them into the second role to be a number two, it's like you can only get by so far. You're gonna look good for a while, but then when it come down to it, it's like, damn, we should have had this player or we should have had that player. Like with the Warriors never would have beat LeBron them that second year or that third. Without KD, they wouldn't have did it.
Regardless of
You
what Draymond said.
Yeah, but see, KD can't be the lead dog on the team because all he want to do is score. Like he don't care for all the facilitating, and his mind is like, hey, listen, I don't mind coming down court all night and just pulling, and we just live with that. Like that's the type of player. Like, but even with Kyrie, the same type of player. They can live with just coming down and just pulling up, but they understand. No, we need to get people involved. I ain't trying to do too much now. I about to be over here. If I put my hand up, give me him in the post. If I drift off to the side, give me him at the three. When it crunch time, I need the ball in my hand. That's all KD asking for.
Right.
But when you put KD on a team like the Suns now, where they don't have no clear number one, and he got to be the default number one just because the more either more special as far as physical talent and scoring and his legacy or whatever. It's like that's KD sons. Yeah, Booker is, but that's KD sons at the end. If they win, it's on KD. If they losing, it's like KD might be falling off a little bit, even though he putting up the same numbers. Because Booker ain't a number two. Beal ain't even a number two. They basically got a number two with 2 threes and called
Yeah,
it a big three.
yeah, I agree with that. And I told that I said that's Booker's team, but KD is the best player.
Yeah,
KD,
Booker just been he's the longest tenured son. That's the only thing that got him over KD in a lot of people's minds as far as who team it is. Other than that, KD leading the team, and I don't want to knock KD and say KD ain't a leader, but it's
he,
like
he said he wasn't though.
yeah, like when I see play, like when I see people like Katie, with no regardless of what sport or what they do in life, job, occupation, whatever. Some people just like to do their fucking job. They don't like to do all that extra shit. Katie just won't come in the hoop. Katie don't give a fuck about none of that. Katie just won't hoop. All that extra free agency shit. Hey, listen, what we playing at the summer? Like he followed Kyrie to Brooklyn. He ain't even put no thought into it like that. He said he been like, okay, well, I mean, shit, that he I won't go at. Even damn all this other team, and hey, we choose that. He ain't like give a fuck. He just want to be able to play on a team where ain't no stress on him to be a number one. But the problem is, Kyrie ain't a number one. As much as that would sound crazy for me to say, he ain't a number one. He shouldn't be the one with the ball in his hand up and down the court all day dictating shit. He plays exactly what he's supposed to be. A number two, he can play off ball, on ball. He can give you the spot
Yeah,
up shooter. He can get to the basket. He can get you some free throws. Like that's the type of player what KD is too. Like they don't really. If you put them in the role where it's like hit a ball all game, that's not who they is. You leave that for Luca, LeBron, or Chris Paul. You leave that for players like that. Even Ant don't even hold the ball in his hand all game like that. Because they understand Ant's a better off-ball player than being playing on ball. Yeah, you can give him the ball to tell him to go get a bucket or whatever like that, but you kind of want to run an offense so where he can sag off. He get them running head starts to the basket. Or he can get his little catch and shoot on.
you're right. That's what I was thinking too, too. And those players are very, very rare. I think we see, like, I think the biggest problem with Trey Young is you have to learn how to play off ball. But I think at this point, he is who he is. And I think
Mm,
the best players, in my opinion, even though LeBron is a good player, and even though I like Kobe and Iverson, and I'm being hypocritical when I say this. I bet you fly to say something then. Um, it's not that I hated Carmelo Anthony. I respected everything he did, but I felt like his overall selfishness, especially when he got to the Knicks, to say at times I'm gonna get my numbers and I guess y'all can come along with me, led him not to get championships, because I feel like some
mm,
of those New York teams that he was on were talented and good enough for him to make deep playoff runs. We seen what, a guy in Derrick Rose did, even though Thibodeau was a better coach to me at that time than Tony, because I feel like then Tony coached Anthony. But
yeah.
just the balance. And I think Carmelo Anthony had the balance. Even in Denver, he had the balance. But when you over dominate the ball, that's what's going on with Luca. People aren't being honest. Luca, like, I kept saying this to you about Dallas. I said, outside of Luca and Kyrie, who is the scoring gonna come from? That was my only issue. I feel like that
Mm.
question got answered, this
Yeah,
past
they just
off.
don't have no consistent one person. There's always like a rotation of players that
Yeah,
step up.
and that's okay, but then sometimes, like, it's not that it's hard to keep guys engaged when it's not just that one person, but it's just like Derrick Jones Jr. Shout out to him for, I'm not gonna say he didn't get better, but for the skill level that he has shown and stuff like that, for him to still be in the NBA, I salute to him, because
Mm,
Miami just, packed him up and said, yeah, we don't want to deal with that. So shout out to whoever his trainer is, Derrick Jones Jr. himself, because we know he's athletic, but I
yeah.
I, I feel that he don't possess it. any one skill, even with defense. I like his defense, but I don't think it's that good all the time to where he can maintain himself in this league. So for whatever he's doing with in the locker rooms, which is probably what it is, and throughout practice, shout out to him because a lot of guys that have his skill set don't make it far. They be in the G League and then you look up again and they out the league. They
Yeah.
overseas playing somewhere. So shout out to him. But when I was looking, I'm like, okay, it's cool. Even with PJ, shout out PJ for doing what he did. My only gripe was PJ's consistency. I
Yeah.
understand that Charlotte was different from Dallas. The environment is different. The what is required from PJ for this team is different. But I still seen some of the flaws that he had in Charlotte on Dallas. And it was astounding to me that at times between Derrick Jones Jr. and PJ that they relied on them to score. I understood it
Yeah.
from a basketball standpoint. I just didn't agree with it. And I'm glad Clay is there because now all PJ got to do is rebound and play defense.
Yeah, because I feel like when we run into Boston, that been the biggest thing. Like Boston basically they ain't stop Luca. They let Luca get hers. Like not let,
Right.
but Luca gonna get hers. Kyrie ain't play up the par. But even if Kyrie did play up the par, we still ain't had that other player. Like we still ain't
Right.
like PG relying on PG and DJ to get to the basket or whatever like that or to get buckets. Like we should never be in that position. We should always have somebody that can catch a heater. Like if they can't go get a bucket on their own, they gotta be like a Clay where like we know Clay can pull that shit in half a second. Clay
Right.
don't even need a bunch of room. Clay just need the ball in his hand and get the shot off or whatever like that. He can get hard. So it's like we got players like that. You don't really need a consistent third scorer. You can add in with Clay when Clay playing good. Then you can add in that lively play. You can add like the other night Gafford had like 20 points. Like so his offense evolving or he doing more offensively whatnot. Then we got Najee Marshall who can control the rock. He can go get a bucket himself. I'm not saying he want to play where he can just give you 20 a night, but in those certain spots, he can get you a bucket. Then we got the backup guard we got who coming from here and there. I'm Hardy. He can give you some buckets. He can get hot here and there. So
Right.
what we doing is we got our two scorers. We got our third that can get hot, or our third that can get us buckets in tough spots, or another third and PG who can give us buckets. It's like we bullying enough players that we just need two of those five different players to get hot or to have a decent game to make up our scoring as our third. Like if
Yeah.
Clay playing good and PG playing good, then the rest of them don't have to be playing good. They just need to not be making mistakes. Cause
Right.
so every night we got another one or two players like Dinwiddie tonight. He even play. He been I'm not saying he been putting up buckets, but he had hit a couple of tough baskets and a three going down the stretch. So it's like, and to go back to I'm not Lamelo, Carmelo. The problem with Carmelo and his career is Carmelo is exactly who KD is now. Where he's a true hooper. He just won't go out there and get buckets.
Mm-hmm.
Then when he been with Denver, it worked good, but then they bring Iverson in. Iverson is a scorer. He ain't a point guard that gonna try to distribute. So that gonna always gonna be a you put up 30, I put up 25. You put up 25, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna put up 27. And that ain't a sustainable way to win because Iverson ain't been a defender. Carmelo ain't necessarily been trying to be a defender. They had Kenyon Martin that ain't really been a defender, but he could have damn caused a little confusion to a lot of people coming to the basket or whatnot like that.
Right.
They had Nene, who ain't been a rim protector. He ain't been an elite defensively, but he been decent enough to he play both sides. He play a little role or whatnot. And they had Camby at one point.
Right.
But then when he going to New York, it's like all the pressure been on him to beat us number one. But like KD, they're not number ones. They just want to hoop. Then you bring in, I didn't even talk about the Linsanity era of it or whatever. You bring D'Antoni, and the reason why Linsanity happened, because that's exactly type of player that fits what D'Antoni trying to do from the point guard position. He had Steve Nash, he had James Harden, and he had Linsanity. And I'm saying Linsanity on the same level as Harden and Curry, but that's the type of guard he like to have the ball in his hand to run his offense.
Right.
Now you throwing like imagine KD playing in D'Antoni office.
He wouldn't make it.
Yeah, like he ain't trying to be running up and down the court in those 7 seconds or less. He trying to get into his shit. So now you got players that trying to get into this shit, but now you want them to have 7 seconds left to score the basket. You can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that's to me that been the turning point for Carmelo career.
And I will say this. I always seen KD from the beginning as Carmelo got older, I said, yo, he wanted to dominate and everybody
Mm-hmm.
and people was trying to be helpful, like, yo, like it's not like that. We're not saying that you're not talented, that you still can't score. You can still do those things. Just get off. You'll be and I don't know why. I understand you can have all the confidence in the world and say, okay, I'm better than this guy. But sometimes you have to suck it up. And I think that's
Mm-hmm.
what's going on with James Harden. To and Russell Westbrook, as you see. I'm still this great player and I'm not gonna get off the ball. Like I think that's the mistake that you make. You whether you're winning or not, KD and Steph will play as long as their bodies let them play, but will still be a part of successful teams to an extent because they
Mm-hmm.
know how to play without the ball being in their hand. But if you need
Mm-hmm.
them to put the ball in their hand, they even with Kyrie, as long as his body holds up, they can maneuver with like it's not. I'm not gonna say
Mm-hmm.
it's not important to them, but it's translatable, into that's why Michael Connolly can still, and he been beat up, can
Yeah.
still, because he's like, man, I know I ain't got it like that no more. Here you go.
Cause like I was saying, like I used to sound like I've been seeing when it come to Curry, when it come to Clay, when it come to players like that, at their very worst, when their body break down, they still gonna be one of the best catch and shoot players in the league. They
Yep.
gonna always have a home to play basketball in as long as their body allowed them to get up and down the court. Because you can't say, oh, well, they could be too old, they could be too whatever to play defense. That don't matter. You got plenty of players that just shoot the ball and don't then be traffic cones on defense, but they high 3-point percentage on the court matters. I say so when he come to like Carmelo, I think the league just passed Carmelo by, and he ain't keep up with what the league had going on. Like he still want to get into his bag, but at this point, like you gotta think about it. Like even with KD ain't the same physically no more, but he's still 7 foot tall and can shoot over players in his position. So physically, he still got an advantage of people. Like well, LeBron may not be the most athletic no more, but he's still a big body that can move. He still got the brain inside his head to make plays and see certain things. It's like if your body can't do it no more, your IQ got to go. Once your IQ got to raise as your body kind of like going down or kind of
Yep.
deteriorating or whatever. And if that ain't working, it ain't gonna work. Cause like I said, you look at Chris Paul. If Chris Paul ain't but the savant basketball IQ, high IQ like he is, Chris Paul would have been out the league. Chris Paul been ain't playing defense. Chris Paul been couldn't beat nobody up the dribble. Chris Paul been ain't really shooting 3 ball like that. Chris Paul game was a pick and roll game. Like he won't pick and pop or pick and roll and shoot. He like that's his game right there. But the league ain't really on that no more. I mean, they us kind of on that still. I ain't saying they ain't on it, but it's like, bro, they want you to do more than that now at the point guard position. Like if you gonna be one of them point guards that just facilitate, like you need to do something else that kind of help the team. You can't be turning the ball over. You can't be a traffic cone on defense. You can't be like you gotta like with Conley, like Conley can shoot the 3 ball and Conley's smart. Conley don't be trying to overdo nothing on defense. He
Right.
don't be making no mistakes. He do what he can still do.
Yep. That's all I asked for. That's why I was like, there's gonna be a transition, and stuff like that. When specifically when Curry retires, I said I don't think these coaches, because when you look, a lot of these coaches been, I think even with Sproster probably now, probably over 20 years, you probably got some young bloods in there 10 years or less. But I was like, they understand that the game is evolving, but it's hard for them
Mm,
to evolve because when they're looking at these players, a lot of these archetype builds and their skill, the key word is skill,
mm,
is of players that played 25 to 30 years ago around
mm,
the time I was born. And so all of these guys like Cade, people was talking about Cade, oh, he's not. I said, and he'll probably never be. He'll probably always be a below average or average, probably below average, so 3-point shooter. He'll have
Yeah.
streaks here and there where he shoots above average, but in large part, when I look at Cade, whether you feel like Cade is slow, which I do, and not really athletic, Cade is more of a physical build that has some skill to him. I think LaMelo has way more skill, by the way, before anybody says something. But it's not like the three, he can shoot it, but that's not his game. I don't know what the hyper obsession is with taking something that Curry is good at. And like it's always been that way. I'm not gonna lie. They tried for a while there to replicate, LeBron James, and it has not been successful. Look at Ben Simmons, Andrew Wiggins,
Yeah. Remember that one.
Zion.
Cause see the thing about it is, in every sport, every few years, every decade or whatever like that. Nowadays it's damn near every season, especially in football. Last season, all we need to find another CJ Stroud. Now it's all we need to find another Jaden Daniels. And like the Pat Mahomes comparison with Caleb Williams, it's like when you looking to replicate another player in the league, you gonna fail finding him. And he gonna be that one team that just takes some boy that's totally different archetype, and that be the new standard. Everybody looking for LeBron. Curry come on the scene. Now everybody looking for a Curry. Now Ant on the scene or whatever other space like Wimby. Now you can have people scouring the earth for these 7, 6, 7, 7 motherfuckers and trying to make them Wimby. And when they feel like that, they gonna find a motherfucker that for the different archetype. It's like you can't chase the same type of play because everybody can't win the same type of way. So what Curry did, when people say Curry ruined basketball, it's not because he did anything wrong. He did what he's supposed to do. Like he ain't no big player. Like Curry represents the average man in the world at his height, and he shoot the ball like he ain't no dominant. He ain't physically dominant. So most dudes who go out on the court and play basketball feel like they can replicate Kyrie and Kyrie more so than LeBron. So when you looking for a Kyrie, you gotta remember like Kyrie ain't a uber athletic player. He ain't the biggest player. He ain't a general a OG point guard where he kind of running the floor and like that ain't who he is. You can't replicate that. And when you do try to replicate that, you find yourself in a position where you drafted fucking what your boy name was? You drafting Luca, but you trade him away for Trey Young. Don't make no sense. Because you looking for another you rather take a risk on looking for another Curry than to take Luca who already got success. I understand all the flaws people I look at with Luca thinking he would have been too slow footed or whatever like that, but it's like that been kind of a no fucking brainer to take Luca before damn near anybody in that draft you really want to be real. I don't see nobody in that draft with Luca that would make me believe that Luca wasn't the first pick that supposed to be in that draft.
What you say, Penny, about Luca?
Luca ain't even nobody in that draft that been the number one overall outside of him. Like there was no other player that have been like, oh yeah, I can see I would have taken him before Luca.
Oh yeah, true.
It's like people forget Luca been doing this shit since he been damn 13, 14 against, and I don't keep throwing narrow against grown men or whatever like that. But he been doing this at a high level. Forget the physical part of it, the mental part of it. So
Right.
what makes you think he would have come into the NBA and y'all give him more space and he wouldn't dominate at some point? Y'all see what Trey Young been doing and say that looks like Curry. We got a new Golden State Warriors coming. That shit don't work like that because you got to find a Clay, you got to find a Draymond, then you got to find a
Mhm.
Harrison Barnes, then you got to find a Ezekiel. You got to find all these different players that made up that Warriors team, and they got to play the same exact way with the same coach, the same decisions, the same. You got to trust them the same way they coaches trust them in Golden State.
Yeah. That's why I said, like, you can
They
say,
fucking basketball up doing that.
yep, you can say, like, it's always been a trend, but I think, like, when I think about it, Shaq's generational for his size, his
Mm-hmm.
athleticism that he showed at that time, and whatever else. I'm not saying that teams didn't try and, Shaq, but I felt like they just knew, yeah, we're not gonna find that. So we need to
Mm-hmm.
take this player because this is what we like in this player or what we
Yeah.
feel like can translate. I don't know what well, I understand the hyper obsession with LeBron is. But I'm looking and I'm like, are y'all gonna finally let it go? You can say that Curry's not generational, but I'll be glad when y'all let it go. And whatever. And understand it's not that you can't find players like Curry. It's just that they're not going to be a star like Curry is. Same thing with Dirk. I feel like from my viewpoint, for what I seen and what I was around with Nowitzki was chastised a lot for not being physical and stuff like that. That don't mean he never had moments where he was, but compared to Kevin Garnett or Kevin Love, he just wasn't as physical as they were. Or imposing rather. Same thing that went on with Powell compared to his brother, that he was a little bit softer and whatever else, even though Powell was a better player. It was an understanding. Like with Dirk, I don't know if you noticed. I don't think Dirk had retired yet, but the Suns had drafted, oh my God, I can't think of his name. The first comparison that player got was, oh, like Dirk. I said, oh, here we go. Then I know for sure Porzingis, when he got drafted, they was like, oh, like Dirk. I said, won't y'all let it, like when these guys fail and they don't reach what they supposed to reach, instead of you looking at their game, and because I don't honestly, all I knew was Dirk was on the perimeter shooting threes, and that wasn't his whole game. But I know Dirk was in the post, low and high post and stuff like that on the block. But I just felt like Dirk was soft. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you up. So I felt like I'm not saying comparing those players that they were calling those players soft, but I was like Porzingis is athletic, but I don't feel like he's athletic as Dirk. I don't feel like he has that skill level. Oh, it was Dragon Bender that the Suns drafted.
Oh yeah. I was trying to think of
like
his
Dirk.
name.
And then I was like, here we go. And it was one more guy that I can't think of. They compared him to Dirk. They compared Porzingis to Dirk. And then I feel like I'm misquoting, but they might have compared Victor to Dirk too. And it's another player that I'm forgetting. And I'm like, really? I said, won't y'all let that Dirk obsession go? Like, it's unhealthy at this point. Because the bigs, the fives, the fours, stretching out. I said what Dirk did was stretch. I said the stretching that y'all call now is like what the high and low post that and the elbow jumper. I said that's not stretching the floor to me, really. Not at all. I said, why don't y'all compare players to Tim? Like when are we gonna start?
Yeah, I'm about to say that because
Tim
they
Duncan
had
compared.
players like everyone looking for the next Kevin Garnett, that lanky player from the four that been down, like come or the dirt, but you never really look at nobody. You never really heard nobody say you looking for another Tim Duncan.
Right. Who else can we use? Well, I did hear some comparisons to Chris Bosh. So I'm not gonna.
Yeah, see, I ate Chris Bosh and Kevin Garnett. That been this comparison I've been hearing a lot.
Yep. But I just be looking and I'm like, I feel like the NBA is letting go of the LeBron obsession. So I don't know what they're looking for now in terms of, okay, who's this player that we can nibble at and say he's like him, because it's unhealthy. I'm so glad we ain't got too many Shaq comparisons
You
at
because
all.
you know why the last the league and LeBron looked at as one of the marquee players still or whatever to this point.
Mhm.
But if we want to be real, like the obsession, once the obsession, the last obsession he had with a player that had like physical talent or was physically more dominant, whatever, been LeBron. After that, he go on to Curry. Curry, like I said, Curry looks like the average dude, average height, weight, athleticism, and all that. He just special from the three. Most you can find a lot of dudes out there who can do everything but shoot the three ball as good as Curry. And
Mhm.
then from Curry, you go into Luca. Luca, to me, Luca would be the person that people would be like, oh yeah, well, we gotta find the next one of him and this and the third. But he also looks like the average dude in this world. The only different thing is he just like Luca ain't even a dominant 3-point shooter. He just damn like you can't even explain Luca game. Luca just good. Like you can't just look at Luca game and say, oh yeah, if you take a three away, he ain't shit. Or you take it because he don't even shoot the three ball out like good.
Yep.
People just think he do because he had all them base shots from three. But all Luca really is if you want to keep it real, like a slightly smaller version of Jokic. He just actually moved with the ball in his hand on the perimeter more than Jokic. I think Jokic more so of a post passer, a post get the play started from the post. But Luca, he kind of doing the same thing. But I
Yep.
feel like today's NBA just
Yep. I feel like they don't have, unless from what I'm seeing, because I think they was trying to do that. I think they have an obsession with Victor, but not because of how he plays, whether you feel like he's playing from the perimeter. I just think
mm,
it's Victor's size. So
yeah.
you're seeing teams kind of, okay, we need the size and the athleticism, you know, and not understand that. I think Victor's size and athleticism is going to be something that, again, they can't replicate.
Mm-mm. It ain't gonna never be like you. They gonna be drafting players that's tall like him. They gonna do just like they did with Shaq. First, they gonna be like, well, let's find a big body player that athletic like that. We can't find that. Cool. Well, let's start finding people that can defend that shit. Damn, we can't find that. Well, we gotta wait till he out the league and shit. Wait till he slow down and shit. Let's
Right.
file him, hack a Shack or whatever like that.
Yeah,
With
it's
Wemby, they
going to
gonna
be
try to, yeah, they gonna try to find another Wemby offensively like that, defensively like
yeah,
that. When they, or we need to find somebody just to defend them. And y'all gonna be blowing studies on these players and trying to develop the wrong players. And this ain't really no development. Like it's if you a guard and you get drafted, you automatically you need to be Jaw. You need to be you need to be Ant. You need to be what your boy name get drafted a couple of years ago to Philly. He ain't really a dunker, nothing like that, but he an offensive player.
I
He
forgot his name. Markel
Maxi.
Fultz.
Maxi.
Oh, Maxi.
It's like if you're gonna be a guard in this league, you gotta be explosive in some area, whether it's scoring or just dunking or some shit like that. Ain't gonna be no more time where it's like how you had bring up Reed Shepard earlier. Reed Shepard gets drafted damn near at the top of the draft, but he gonna be a role player. Most of the players that get drafted in the draft gonna be role players in this league.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
we tend like even with like I've been talking about this the other day with Lonzo Ball. Like when I look at Lonzo Ball and they look at how the league is, to me, I don't care what nobody say. He lived up to the number two hype to me. Cause in my mind it's like, okay, cool. If you put maybe not now because you know he's working back from injury, but if you put pre-injury Lonzo Ball on most of these teams that don't make it to the finals. They always kind of making it to the conference finals or the second round, and they can't get over that hump. You put Lonzo on them teams, they championship teams. To me, that's
Yep.
well worth a second round. I mean, second round overall pick.
Right.
If you telling me this player I draft at the second overall pick in 5 or 6 years into his career, he gonna develop into a player that can win us a championship by being that missing piece. That's a W.
And playing to his strengths. And I do
Exactly.
like a lot of people don't understand. And like I said, I always revert back to what Chris Paul said. I don't know what kind of player and his approach to the game Chris Paul was coming out of college. I am
Mhm.
aware per pro sports that organizations, GMs, coaches ask these guys to come in maybe because there's a bigger star than them or however it goes on the team or they have more invested in said players and so they're asking you to do these particular things but it stood out to me you know when Chris Paul I'm not going to get the quote exactly right but I forgot the coach. I feel like the coach is not coaching anymore but he did coach here recently. He
Mhm.
had told him, he said, well, I don't really need you to score. I need you to be more of this playmaker and stuff. That's what I want your role to be. And even though Chris Paul did not like it, he went along
Mhm.
with it. And we have to understand sometimes the things that we wish for a player to do at the pro level, or we're expecting some of these guys to do at the pro level, we're not in these team meetings. We're not sitting down in these draft interviews when they tell them or they wait till they get there. But I think
Mhm.
they tell them now of, well, we, as you see, we got such and such on this team and you know, we don't need you to be that right now. Like with Ben Simmons and Embiid, I think it was because Embiid came first, if I'm thinking correctly. I think they told Ben Simmons from day one, yeah, this is your team, and Joel is gonna follow your lead. And Joel, ventured out and continued to get better, master particular skills and whatever, except for his weight. But I'm not in my business there. But like Joel said, okay, I think it was a struggle at first until he was like, okay, at least we winning this way and we're this dominant duo, as long as we're healthy together and stuff like that. Let me go ahead and take a step back. And I think it's hard for a lot of guys to accept that now. And that's what I feel about Halliburton with what I'm trying to explain to people. Y'all are taking LaMelo's best skills and Anthony Edwards' best skills and Devin Booker's best skills, Donovan Mitchell, and y'all are putting it upon him and saying, well, why can't he do that? I will keep saying this until I'm blue in the face. Tyrese Halliburton, when I look at him, is not a guy that on a consistent night out and night basis that can average 25 points, maybe 18 points, and I think that's pushing it. He should have 10 to 12 assists, 10 to 12 rebounds, blocks, 2 blocks, a block, 3 steals, whatever. That's the kind of player he is. And the sooner people recognize that and Tyrese himself recognizes that, the better he'll be. As long as Indiana keeps setting him up to be the player, the option, the go-to scorer, the more he's going to fail, the more he's going to fall out of the top 25, the top 35 players in the league, because y'all are taking these guys' best skills and y'all are putting it on a guy that don't have that level of offensive ability or that dominance. And that's irritating.
Yeah, I remember when Chris Paul first come to the league, like Chris Paul been dropping like 24 a game, 25 a game. Like ain't like he ain't been a score, but I think that been the best advice he could have get. I think even Paul Silas been the coach that
Yeah,
drafted him.
I think that's who he said, Paul Silas.
Yeah, like that's an old school coach. So what he been telling him is like, listen, bro, like the league changing. Like think about it, when Chris Paul come in the league, you had guards like Monte Ellis who been small but could have scored. You had like Baron Davis. You had like Gilbert Arenas. You had smaller guards that just been getting buckets. Paul Silas being the old school coach, I understand. Like no, he's a point guard. You don't understand how the offense gonna be ran. So when he first get there, yeah, he's still been getting his buckets, but he also been developing being a good point guard, like just thinking the game, just knowing the game or whatnot. Because at Wake Forest, like he ain't necessarily been a super scorer at Wake Forest, but at the same time, like say he used to run the court like a traditional point guard then, but it's just he been more relied on to score too or whatever in college. But when he get into the pros, like shit, he been on the team that ain't really had nobody. He made them boy good the first fucking year. Not good as far as like they did too much damage, but shit, he been playing as a decent role. Like he played because that my team originally, like I said, my team in Charlotte. Then we moved to Oklahoma City for a little while, and then New Orleans, whatever like that. And they were still my team in Oklahoma City. That been that blurry area, and then that's when we draft Anthony Davis and him Chris Paul had like that 1 or 2 seasons together, whatnot, and he bounced.
Mm-hmm.
And to get back to Embiid is like nobody really see this from Embiid because Embiid didn't start really playing basketball until later on, like when he been 15 and 16 when he really started playing basketball. When he get to Kansas, he been a raw athlete. When he gets to the NBA, he been like he's a raw athlete with a soft touch. So it's like, what can we do it at the very baseline? He can be a good defender. Nobody, I don't like outside of the people that maybe draft him. I don't think nobody really thought MB would have turned into this outside of the injuries and shit like that. And B can get you 50 in the first half if you want to.
Yep.
When you watch their games, his games is 30 something points in the first half or 20 something points in the first half, and he slowly start to slow down. And then whoever's running meters, whether it's Harden or now it's Maxey, they just don't come out big for him. They don't help him out
Right.
and towards the end or whatnot.
But he's playing to his strength, the best part of his game. He's gotten good at other things, but he made sure he mastered other things first before he started to, like, I'm not gonna say the 3-point shot, but the post or
Yeah.
the mid. Like he worked on that gradually. I think it's
Mhm.
so like Zion. I told people from the beginning, he's athletic. He can jump high. I didn't never say he was. I said Zion needs to evolve his game. You got a lot of people up here still thinking that Zion can still be this effective number one option, this domino effective player when it comes to the gravity, which he presents a lot of gravity in terms of impact. But I'm looking at him and I'm like, it's going to be a day. Same thing happened with Russell Westbrook.
Exactly. I'm about to say
Guys
that
that rely
exactly.
on that athleticism and don't have no skill other than that athleticism. And I don't wish nothing bad on Zion, but he desperately, I don't care about him not having a 3-point shot. Just get a mid-range game. Even if you got to come off screens and hedges and stuff and catch and shoot it, just get it. I don't know why they tell these guys, oh, you don't need a mid-range shot. You just need to be good at the basket and at 3-point. But when you're looking like a guy as Zion, it's not possible for him to ever, his skill, he don't have the skill level like that offensively to ever master that skill and be really effective. And that's aggravating to me. Like Kawhi Leonard, it is very, and Jimmy Butler, shout out to these gentlemen for them to be effective as they are as offensive options on the game is so incredibly amazing to me.
Yeah.
But while I do understand, and I keep explaining this to people, I'm gonna leave KD out of it because I think that's an easy argument. When Paul George and Kawhi Leonard was together, yes, Kawhi was more consistent and more impactful, but pure talent, like it is with Brandon Miller and Lamelo Ball, George was the more offensively gifted player.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And I don't think people understand that. Like Zion has pure athleticism, but he lacks the offensive skill set to be on a night in, like he's so gifted with his athleticism that he's always gonna give you 25. 30 is pushing it, so I'm gonna just say 25 points because of his athleticism. Same thing with Ja. Ja gives you what he does because of his athleticism. Russell Westbrook did what he did because of his athleticism. When we seen John Wall just crash and burn because he lost a lot of bursts. We seen Derrick Rose struggle because he lost his burst, his athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
Like we seen it, and I don't understand just because they are athletic why people say, oh, they don't need to get better at anything else. You set these guys up to fail when you do that.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
You really do. Like imagine if Kobe, like, do you think Kobe was really athletic compared to Allen Iverson?
Um, depending on what you're talking about. I mean, I don't. I think Allen Iverson been more gifted physically as far as like. I think like if they run a straight line, I think Iverson faster. I think if you
Yeah,
test the agility, I think Iverson better. I think if you test like, I feel like if you okay, this how I look at athleticism. If I put Kobe and I put Iverson inside the jungle, and I tell him we about to play a sport, but I ain't letting y'all know what it is. I feel like Iverson will be better at that sport, whatever we pick,
yeah,
because I feel like his athleticism range from like going from playing football or basketball or soccer to volleyball. I feel like he can fit more different things. Like Kobe could probably play football, but I don't think Kobe like I don't know. It's like I thought
it's
Kobe is
tricky.
good now, but it's like
Right, it's tricky.
fluid athlete. Like Lamelo's a more fluid athlete than Halliburton. Even if y'all want to compare the two players or whatever, I feel like Lamelo game is more fluid than Halliburton.
Mhm.
Like I don't think it's like a. It's like how some players will look stiff as they playing.
Like
Like
Kate
Paul
Cunningham.
George to me is like when I see Paul George, it's like damn. But like I say this at the day. Matter of fact, the idea of Paul George is better than the player Paul George. When
Yep.
you think about who Paul George is, like boy, he's 6'1" and he can do what? Oh, he's smooth. He got a little crossover. He got a pull up. He got a so and so. But then when you watch the games, it's like he ain't all that good. He ain't
Right,
really not saying he ain't all that good, like he ain't a good player, but it's like
right.
because somebody had said that about Kyrie one time, and I almost agree to a certain point. but it's like he's a 50, 40, 90 player. So like
Hello.
that can't be true. Like you can't say the idea of who we are. Like, yeah, the idea of Kyrie is like, oh yeah, he can get past you. He got these magician shots. He got so and so. He's a competitor. And then it's like, but then when you see the player, like if you just thinking about Kyrie in the finals last year against Boston, it's like, okay, you got a point in that series. But when you look at him over the long term, it's like, no, like you really can't defend Kyrie because you don't know where the fuck he gonna pull up from.
Yep.
You don't know what's going on. At least with Kyrie, you can be like, okay, if he's trying to drive past me and don't take the three, he going for that little floater. Because he too small to really try to do what Kyrie be doing under the basket or whatever like that. So it's the floater or it's the motherfucking three.
Yep. And I agree with that. That's all I'm saying. Like play to and like I said, Zion is playing to his strength, but his strength in which he is playing to is very limited. Like
Yeah.
they were getting such and such don't need to be, but that's your fault. Oh, these guys need to be like everybody can't be Kyrie. Everybody to a sense can't be Curry. Like let that obsession go. And I'm seeing a lot of like Brunson. I love Brunson down. I'm not gonna lie. But
Right.
Brunson and Tyrese Maxey give me 6-man, third
Ex-
best player vibes.
And
I don't
see,
care
that's
nobody.
that's 100% a fact. But the problem, this is the problem right here. Just like with Halliburton. Halliburton, before he going to Indiana, when he been with thing, he been one of them players like, oh, he's a rookie, or he's showing flashes. But at the end of the day, he's in a smaller market. Even when he been in Sacramento, that been a small market. He going to Indiana now. He's the only name in Indiana. So you tend to look at him as more than what he actually is. Just like with Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero's supposed to come off at the bench as a six man. Donovan Mitchell's supposed to come off as a six man. Booker's supposed to be a six man. The only reason why Levine, I wouldn't just put him to the six man is because Levine is uber athletic. He do got more size than both of them, boy, and he can go in them fucking hot streaks. But that hot streak shit makes him a six man in my eyes. To me, it's a good six man is the last 2 minutes of the game when we got them in the bonus and we got to get to bring them in the game and put the ball in his hand.
Yep.
Kyrie, if the only thing that separates Kyrie from being the greatest six man ever, as far as I would put him at or whatever, and what he actually is now, is the fact that he can play off ball within the offense. He don't when he in the game, you kind of forget he in the game until he touches the ball. That's how you want your starters to be who ain't the number one option. But if
Yep.
it's like Jamal Murray, not Jamal Murray, Jamal Curry, Crawford or whatever like that, when they in the game with the starters, like you notice they in the game because like, oh, he touched the ball, he going for a bucket. He ain't catching and shooting. He going to try to score.
Yep. Same thing they used to say about John Wall. And I was watching
Exactly.
the Wizards back then. I said, ooh wee.
Sometimes you got to put
Ooh,
them aggressive ass scoring ass niggas on the bench and let them come in and do their thing when people are tired or people picking up fouls or you won't get to the line and shit like that. To
yep.
put the other team in the book. That's where you bring a six man in full. That's why them players never were starters. That's
Yep.
the only like with Derrick
With the
Rose.
exception of Derrick Rose, Kobe, Iverson, and would you put Pierce there? Paul Pierce?
See, I wouldn't put them in the realm of being six man because when I look at Kobe and Paul Pierce, like they got the size to still be in the lineup defensively. Like they still
Okay,
got like
got you.
they matter more to the game even if they ain't scoring. Like they can still make a difference. When I look at players like what your boy now in Utah now, he been with the Lakers.
Tucker
No, not Tucker.
Clarkson,
Clarkson. Clarkson ain't stopping nobody defensively, so starting him is actually
detrimental.
detriment to the actual team. But if you bring them in a late in the game, or you bring them in late in the quarters or late in the half, and you tell them go get your buckets, ain't nobody but to play with them. You don't. It don't matter how much points y'all give up on the defensive end in them little 2 minute spurts. Yeah, maybe throughout a larger part of the game, you ain't want to give up 30 points and you scoring 30 points back and forth. You giving up 30 and you scoring 30 throughout the game, and that be your all season. You want to have your regular base team bull a low 5 to 10 point lead, or be up 6 points. So even if we trade in baskets, it's not about our 6 man coming in the game and he boosting our shit from a 5 point lead to a 25 point lead. His job is to keep offense going while your starters on the bench getting the rest, and he saying about like with Russ. Remember Russ used to hit them little mid range jumper with ease. He been aggressive getting to the basket, but he also had a little stop and pop jumper. Y'all had that, but y'all do like a low fluid. But that's how I look at it. Like shit, a lot of these 6 man, these players in the league now are 6 men that you just putting at the two, or you putting in the lineup because they can give you buckets. But they ain't that's not how it's supposed to be when you bulling the roster out. Like I said, if I had a team right now, like if you put, like I said, Kyrie would be a good candidate for a 6 man. The only difference between Kyrie being a 6 man and who Kyrie is now is Kyrie can play off ball and he can affect the game off ball or on ball. He give you another ball handler, somebody who ain't gonna turn the ball over, somebody who can get a bucket, somebody who can sit on the sidelines on court while getting the bucket, somebody who can move without the ball and all that and play basketball. So him being a 6 man is like it's not it'll work, but I mean, he do enough in the game to not have to be designated to that. But when you look at a Donovan Mitchell, bring him off the bench, I guarantee you, that team will be a lot better. Booker off the bench, the team will be a lot better. Cause think about it, in Phoenix right now, you got Booker, Beal, KD, you got Cameron Payne over there. But other than that, it's like your 3 best players ain't even ball handlers. Your point guard ain't even somebody. I would see if y'all point guard was somebody like Chris Paul. Somebody like one of the like they do got one of the twins though, Tyus Jones, one of them. Which one they got?
Yes, Tyus.
It's like y'all got him and his game ain't never gonna be like how with Chris Paul, at least he give you another option of I'm gonna run a pick and roll, but I got the chance. I don't mind pulling up and shooting the low mid range. Jones ain't gonna give you that. Jones gonna give you no turnover ball. Jones gonna give you smart play. He gonna get the ball in the star's hands and get the fuck out the way.
Yep.
KD need to play on a team where if KD had joined the Suns when they still had Chris Paul, when they still Booker, like well, if he joined a team around that time and they got like I know they had to trade McCall Bridges and all that just to get him or whatever, but say you drop KD on that Suns team with all the players that they had on with Cam Johnson and McCall Bridges still there, that boy be in heaven because
Yep.
that's who he is. You ain't want to see a 6 man, KD, Kyrie, players like that, Carmelo. All they want to do is hoop. They know how to get a bucket. They just need everybody else to do what they do around them getting a bucket. They don't need to have the ball and dominate all game. They understand flow of the game. They know how to play off ball. They know how to give you space. They know how to be the spacer on the court. But at the end of the day, when they want to get a bucket, hey, listen, this is my spot. That's why I go in. I need the ball right here, or I need the ball out there, or you know, what, go do your thing. I'll sit out here. You hot, whatever. That's the type of player they are to me. So it's like it's all about how coaching goes. Cause like how you have bring up Andrew Wiggins earlier. I remember the comparison between him and Braun.
Yeah.
But the only comparison but the fact that they're athletic and long. That's the only similarities that you really had. You ain't had no instances where Andrew Wiggins, he running the court at like a point guard, or he's seen things that ain't nobody else seen, or he's shooting the three, but you ain't seen none of that. You just see 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", however tall he is, and he's uber athletic. And y'all going to LeBron. Fuck
Yep.
up, fuck up the first half of his career. And the second he get on a team that already had the wheels rolling, they just need you to do what they asking you to do. He damn make an all-star team, get another big contract. That's how coaching. That's good coaching. That's good going to a good system.
Yep.
Like I say, if Lonzo had gone to a system when he first come into the league instead of going
Like
to the
San
Lakers,
Antonio
yeah, like he would have been good. They
or
would have figured out this what you good at, and we gonna put you in this position to win instead of
because
head of keys.
and
LaMelo is the type of player that you hand the keys to. You don't hand the keys to Lonzo. Not, and don't get me wrong. Now I'm like trying to make it seem like I just Nostradamus. Like I already had no Lonzo. I thought Lonzo would have been everybody what LaMelo was right now as far as his game, but that ain't who he is. That don't mean he's a lesser player. I feel like if a team say, "Listen, we need to pick out one of the Ball brothers to win a championship," they picking up Lonzo. Well, pre-injury because I know he working his way back
even
into
now, I
shape and all
think
that.
if they feel confident about his knee, even now they would still choose Lonzo. Like if they
Yeah,
didn't
like I
have
think
Curry, like I'm pretty sure, like let's say
that.
Lonzo, Phoenix would definitely have to get Bill to accept, to go to Charlotte. But let's
Yeah.
say if Phoenix had the choice between because they do need depth and a point guard. But
Mm,
they say, okay, Lonzo or LaMelo. They're taking Lonzo just because they have what they need in terms of scoring. They need the person at the top of the key that can defend and switch off
mhm.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, they give him a ball handler on the court. They get him a shooter on the
Yeah,
court, another defender on the court, another person
yeah,
with size on the court, another person with high
playmaker.
IQ on the court.
Yeah,
Shit.
I think he's in respectfully, Lonzo's in that category as far as a playmaker, like Chris Paul is. And
Yeah.
that's what I want so much for Halliburton is for him to understand that's all you got to do.
Yeah.
I forgot his coach name, but I just want them because y'all setting that man up to fail.
Yeah, 'cause you know what Halliburton biggest knocker is he can't he don't know how to play in the half court.
Yep,
And that's the same critique you just give him fits exactly that profile of not know how to play in the half court.
yep, yep.
See, if you gonna be like I even with Lamelo, I feel like Lamelo got the size and Lamelo got the game like like Lamelo can get hot and start going up like he got the build body wise and he got the talent to where he got time to learn to play in the half court while also playing his game. I feel like Halliburton just ain't that type of talent. Like Halliburton's supposed to be one of them players where he don't supposed to be getting all-star nods and nothing like that. He one of them players that just playing better than what they expect him to play. Because they used to call him Miller Ball Light when he get drafted. They said, "Oh, if you can't get Melo, that's who you should get as like if
and
you
and
want
I
that type
keep
of
telling
game."
people that it ain't even if you. I will never forget because I knew a lot of it had to do with the father and people feeling like, which I don't know why, but that's America for you, the judgment and feeling like LaMelo was selfish and childish and wasn't mature. But I keep telling people, I said the talk was from everybody that between LaMelo, Edwards, and Ball, that Halliburton was more ready to come in and play, and they didn't see anything else that he could be better at. You know how they do the ceiling, like they felt like he was already at
Yeah.
his ceiling, and he was who he was. Now they don't take away from how he played in college,
Mm.
but that's all I kept hearing. So I went and looked and I said, yeah, I agree. He's not a scorer. He can, be a better defender, better playmaker, more sound. He's gonna need, and I keep expressing this, he needs to be around. Like if he was with LaMelo, I know LaMelo, playmaking, but if he's like Chris Paul, like, or even Lonzo, like as a
Mm.
playmaker and a defender, specifically Lonzo, you're letting him run the offense as far as setting up other guys and
Yeah.
whatever. That's what he would be if he's in Phoenix. That's what he is. You're not going to be like, no, he still needs to give us. And I hate that narrative. oh, if you're gonna have these guys playing a point guard, now they need to be able to score. But y'all haul off and say that Curry is a two guard, Kyrie is a two guard, James Harden is a two guard that is playing the point guard. But then in the same breath, oh, they got to be able to score. You know they can't not be scoring. They can't be playing defense, and it's aggravating.
Yeah.
It's
There's a reason why Halliburton didn't get off the bench in the Olympics.
Yeah.
People don't understand that they want to say all this. It's a reason why, like, unplayable in the half court. We got a lot of veteran players that know how to play in the half court. Like, you gonna mess up the rotation. You ain't Dan who you was as a player. We can't play you at the 2. We can't play you off ball because you ain't really a catch and shoot player. We can't put the ball in your hand because you a young player on the team that we don't trust to make good decisions in the half court. It's like all that went into it. They just put them on a damn roster for whatever reason, like brand wise or whatever. But that's why they put them on there.
Yep, that's why people was like, "Oh, what is there to talk about? Y'all got this man. Let it go. He sucked. He sucked. I don't think he's a bad player. I will keep saying that. But you know, he set himself up. Y'all set him up. Like, we know who De'Aaron Fox is. Young, speedy, and a really good guy inside the arc as far as how he scores. 3-point shooting is a lot left to be desired. I let these guys be. Sometimes they are who they are. Some guys surprise you with their growth, some guys don't. Like Ben Simmons, quite literally, I just think outside of his injuries was like, I'm too good and I'm not listening to y'all. You know,
he been spoiled. He come up like that. Even before he gets to the league, he been spoiled.
Yep. And look at him ruining his career. But like they say, at least he's rich. And I think that's just gonna be something he's gonna come to regret because
we're gonna get up out of here and pull back up tomorrow.
All right.
Thank y'all. It's Flight Sports, you already know.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man